Chapter 562. Roar! The runes on the mysterious Dragon King's body erupted, and the scales all over its body seemed to have come alive. Light burst out and blocked the sword whip. Whoosh! The sword whip was like a reverse hook, and it took the opportunity to coil around the Scarlet Cloud Dragon's body. Although it was blocked by the runes, the aura of the golden-winged rock poured out, and it seemed to naturally suppress the dragon, wanting to destroy the defense of the Scarlet Cloud Dragon. Boom! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the back of the mysterious Dragon King. Golden light surged in his eyes, sharp and terrifying. His fist was wrapped in golden xian qi, and the runes were blazing. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, his fist landed solidly on the back of the mysterious Dragon King. Boom! With such a punch, the golden runes scattered in the sky. Under the sweeping force, the mysterious Dragon King's defense also began to crack, but it did not shatter. Roar! The dark WRM King roared furiously from the pain, and profound clouds surged as it forcefully flipped Du Xiaofu off its back. Its enormous tail flipped as it wanted to tear apart the sword whip, and then with the momentum of a bolt of lightning, it coiled around Du Xiaofu's body like a spirit python and instantly coiled around the flipped Du Xiaofu. The dragon wrapped around Du Xiaofu tightly, making it impossible for Du Xiaofu to escape. "Kid, go to hell!" The dark cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon roared. Its gigantic body coiled around Du Xiaofu like a small mountain in the middle of the air, tightly constricting Du Xiaofu. The pressure from the dark cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon distorted space, wanting to crush Du Xiaofu into pieces. Golden xian qi that covered the sky and earth exploded. At that moment, Du Xiaofu tried his best, but he could not break free from the mysterious Dragon King's restraint. The Scarlet Cloud Dragon that was at the peak of the Nirvana realm of the Beast King was much stronger than Du Xiaofu had imagined. With Du Xiaofu's Nirvana realm cultivation at the Martial Lord realm, he could not fight it. The difference in cultivation level was too big. Crack crack, the dominating shadow sword whip was suppressed to the point that it could not move. The rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back were also bound. The runes shattered, and then they began to dissipate. On the surface of his body, and under the terrifying suppression, it seemed that his body was going to be crushed. Puff! Under the terrifying power, Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood, and his face turned pale. "I can't wait for death." Du Xiaofu's and the dragon's scale. The dragon's xian qi ants the xians. The dragon's xian cloud dragon kings, and the dragon scales dragon 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 to dragon dragons dragon. Roar! The dragon's scales were connected to the heart. The mysterious Dragon King roared, and in its fury, it used all of its strength to tightly wrap around Du Xiaofu. The rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back were crushed, and they were shattered into runes that dissipated. Blood streaks appeared on his body, and it seemed like his body was about to be crushed. This was Du Xiaofu. Not to mention an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator of the Martial Lord realm, even if it was a Martial King realm cultivator of the mysterious realm, if he was tightly bound by the Scarlet Cloud Dragon like this, his body would probably immediately explode. Poochie! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the crushing force, his internal organs felt like they were about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and bit down on the scales of the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon that had just been torn open. A suction force gushed out from his mouth, and he directly swallowed the blood that flowed out from the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon's back. Goo in an instant, Du Xiaofu swallowed mouthful after mouthful of the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon's blood. The suction force gushed out, and it was like a sluice gate had been opened. It recklessly swallowed the dragon's blood in the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon's body. The energy in the blood fluctuated, the light spread, and the mysterious runes flickered. It was all forcefully swallowed by Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like an anxious beast. He recklessly revealed his most ferocious side. Walala, fresh blood gushed out from the scarlet cloud flood dragon's back. At this time, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, able to endlessly devour the blood of the scarlet cloud flood dragon. His eyes gradually turned blood-red, causing others to be intimidated and fearsome to the extreme. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body that was riddled with wounds began to unbelievably recover as he swallowed a large amount of the scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood. Heavens, that kid is really ferocious. He's actually drinking the mysterious flood dragon king's blood. Although the mysterious flood dragon king's blood is good stuff, isn't that kid afraid of self-destruction? Even a martial emperor expert wouldn't dare to drink it like that. The crowd watching from afar trembled as they looked at the sky. The purple-robed youth was actually swallowing mouthfuls of the mysterious flood dragon king's blood. This was already enough to make people flabbergasted. Aolo, the mysterious flood dragon king roared. The blood in its body poured out violently as it was swallowed by Du Xiaofu. It couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. At this moment, the mysterious flood dragon king realized that after swallowing its blood, the kid's body began to surge with a violent energy, becoming more and more powerful. On the other hand, the mysterious flood dragon king became weaker after a large amount of blood flowed out. Rumble! The mysterious flood dragon king began to roar and struggle. Its voice was like thunder, and its body also let go of Du Xiaofu. The huge flood dragon's body surged, shattering the surrounding distorted space. The dark clouds surged and the light was dazzling. Jiu. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be addicted to swallowing. His hand was like a giant rock's claw as it tightly pierced into the scales and flesh of the mysterious flood dragon king's body. He opened his mouth and bit down on the broken wound, continuously sucking the flood dragon's blood. It was as if he wanted to swallow the mysterious cloud scarlet flood dragon king's blood completely. Kid, let go of me. I will tear you apart alive. The mysterious cloud scarlet flood dragon king roared like thunder in the sky and water. He originally thought that he could directly crush the kid, but in the end, the kid was actually so fierce that he dared to swallow his blood. Where did this kid come from? He's too fierce. The crowd in the distance was shocked. The purple-robed youth, no matter how the mysterious flood dragon king struggled, was biting the mysterious flood dragon king tightly without letting go. It was as if the mysterious flood dragon king had become his real body. The hunter and the prey had completely switched. To be able to force the mysterious flood dragon king to such an extent, how fierce was he? If this news spread out, it would be enough to shock the entire 8,000 miles of the central region. Aoo! The mysterious flood dragon king roared as he flew further and further away. No one knew how far he had flown, but it caused the water along the way to become turbulent. The runes on his body exploded. The mysterious flood dragon king wanted to throw Du Xiaofu away, but it also caused Du Xiaofu's body to sway. His claws could not hold onto the flood dragon king's flesh firmly. Today, I will tear off your skin and your blood. Du Xiaofu was finally forced to let go of the flood dragon king. The dominating shadow in his hand spun and fiercely stabbed into the flood dragon king's back. It also pierced through the former's scales and stabbed into the flood dragon king's flesh. Tightly holding the sword with one hand, Du Xiaofu clenched his other hand into a fist and fiercely punched the bloody hole that had just swallowed the flood dragon king's blood. Bang! 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 As the punches landed, muffled sounds were like thunder. The flood dragon king's blood shot out along with the broken scales. The flood dragon king's flesh was badly mangled and dripping with blood. Aolo, the mysterious flood dragon king roared like thunder. He was obviously much stronger than that human kid. Who knew that in the end, he would end up in such a sorry state? In the vast sea, an island appeared in front of him. The mysterious flood dragon king's eyes looked as if he had seen his savior. Immediately, His huge body directly crashed into the island. Just as he was about to crash into the island, his huge body suddenly turned 180 degrees and fiercely brushed past the Flood Dragon King's back. Rumble, the ground trembled, the rocks cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Then, a huge wave surged over. Swish, Du Xiaofu's body crashed fiercely. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and was about to be flipped over. At the last moment, the dominating shadow fiercely slashed across and left a long bloody wound on the mysterious Flood Dragon King's back. It was so deep that the bones could be seen and blood spurted out. Aolo, under the intense pain, the mysterious Flood Dragon King roared again and again. However, he finally got rid of Du Xiaofu. His huge body hovered in the air as blood poured out from the wounds all over his body. The island was pushed back by the huge wave. Du Xiaofu stood up, holding the dominating shadow in his hand. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were blood-red and sharp like a ferocious beast. The mysterious Flood Dragon King's blood-red and furious eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu. His body slowly hovered in the air as he looked at the blood flowing out from the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. However, he did not dare to continue attacking Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the mysterious Flood Dragon King really did not have the confidence to completely kill that kid. The injuries on his back were not light. His eyes were filled with rage, but there was also some fear. The feeling of his blood being devoured just now still made him feel a lingering fear. Suddenly, the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King looked at the sky in front of him, as if he had sensed something. His gaze immediately turned into unwillingness and anger. He fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu, as if he was weighing something in his heart. "Kid, if you fall into my hands next time, I will definitely turn you into ashes," the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King roared in anger. Then, his battered body immediately swept into the water and disappeared, causing huge waves to surge to the sky. Du Xiaofu's eyes were blood-red as he watched the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King leave. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do at this moment. The blood of the Scarlet Cloud Dragon King that he had devoured was rioting, causing his body to be filled with severe injuries. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze also looked into the distance. Then, he clenched his teeth and put away the dominating shadow. His figure also immediately swept out, disappearing in the air after a few flashes. Swish, a moment later, a dozen figures flew over from the sky. They were the King stage experts that were watching from the sidelines. Why did he disappear? The dozen or so people swept their gazes across the sky, then looked at each other. The several Martial King stage experts and the 3 Beast King stage experts were all on guard against each other, as if they were all on guard against each other's attack. "Let's go." A moment later, everyone seemed to have reached a tacit understanding in their hearts, and their figures flew away. Chapter 563. In a vast body of water, the setting sun shone brightly. In the middle of a rocky cliff, a purple-robed figure sat cross-legged. His entire body was enveloped by a bright green-red light. Ao. The green-red light that enveloped Du Xiaofu seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy. The roars of dragons could be faintly heard. The purple-robed figure was naturally Du Xiaofu. His injuries were serious, and the tyrant shadow was exposed. Sensing the king-level cultivators approaching, Du Xiaofu could only choose to leave. Du Xiaofu understood the principle of treasuring a treasure becomes a crime. From the beginning, it was not hard to see that many of the king-level cultivators were looking at the tyrant shadow with greed. Once they saw that he was seriously injured, Du Xiaofu could guarantee that those king-level cultivators would not hesitate to attack him. Killing others to steal their treasures was not something new. The tyrant shadow was a peak Dao artifact. Not to mention martial kings, even martial emperors would not be able to resist the temptation to attack. Du Xiaofu even suspected that the mysterious Dragon King's departure was because he was afraid of those king-level cultivators. Perhaps he was most afraid of the other two beast kings. The mysterious Dragon King was the strongest existence in the central province, but once he was seriously injured, he was probably afraid that the other two beast kings would attack him. Not to mention that there were still a few human martial kings present. They were not confident that they could kill him, so the mysterious Dragon King had no choice but to leave. Du Xiaofu had swallowed a lot of the Scarlet Cloud Dragon's blood. Although it was not refined blood, the large amount of Scarlet Cloud Dragon's blood that he had swallowed began to go berserk. This caused Du Xiaofu's face to turn red. He could only find a place to deal with it. The violent energy attacked his body. The majestic energy spread throughout his organs, seeping into his bones, muscles, and cells. It caused Du Xiaofu's body to feel like thousands of beasts were running inside, wanting to destroy and tear his body into pieces. This was the blood of the mysterious Dragon King. Compared to the blood of Gu Yu's Scarlet Cloud Dragon, this was many times more powerful. Even a martial Emperor Realm cultivator would probably explode and die on the spot after swallowing the blood of a Scarlet Cloud Dragon at the peak of the Martial King Realm. However, Du Xiaofu was able to withstand it. Du Xiaofu screamed as he felt the intense pain in his body, under the violent energies Scarlet Cloud Dragons was, as the violent energies Scarlet Cloud Dragons of the Cloud Dragon's blood. The intense pain, which felt as though his body was about to explode, caused Du Xiaofu to suffer unspeakably. Forming a hand seal, Du Xiaofu endured the pain and began to cleanse his bones and marrow. He used his celestial qi to guide the violent blood energy in his body to cleanse his bones and marrow, making his body stronger. The second level of the Golden-Winged Rock's body refining technique, bone cleansing, required him to consume the blood of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. He would use the most violent energy contained within the blood to cleanse his bones and marrow. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the better the effect of its blood on bone cleansing. The blood of a Scarlet Cloud Dragon at the Beast King Realm, at the Nirvana Realm, was extremely suitable. Du Xiaofu swallowed the blood of the mysterious Dragon King. On one hand, he was forced to do so. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu had long thought of continuing to cultivate the body refining technique to cleanse his bones and marrow. In the Dark Forest, it was not easy to find a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking to cultivate the body refining technique. Du Xiaofu had always wanted to continue cleansing his bones and marrow to strengthen his body, but he could not find a suitable blood of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. Roar! Roar! Within the green and red halo that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body, the runes shone brightly and constantly changed. In the end, they turned into the shadow of a Scarlet Cloud Dragon, which circled around Du Xiaofu's body from head to toe. The dragon head roared ferociously, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. However, it could not do anything to Du Xiaofu. Roar! In the waters around the island, there were faint roars of beasts. They seemed to have sensed the terrifying pressure from the island, and did not dare to come close. At night, the waters were dark, and the sky and sea were the same color. The moon was bright in the sky, and the stars were dim. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures wrapped in a faint fluorescent light streaked across the sky like meteors. Extinction Sword King, did that kid disappear? He actually disappeared. Could it be that he was killed by the mysterious Dragon King? In the air, a man in his 40s with deep eyes and a tall nose in golden robes looked down at the ocean with some disappointment in his eyes. The person known as the Extinction Sword King was another man in gray-white robes. He was slender, and what was memorable about his gray-white robes were the several swords embroidered on it. They were extremely lifelike. The Extinction Sword King looked down at the ocean and raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes that were filled with light seemed to be about to shoot out. He said softly, "The mysterious Dragon King is powerful, but that kid has the presence of the golden-winged Great Pung on him. He seems to be able to suppress the mysterious Dragon King. That kid is very fierce as well, so the mysterious Dragon King probably can't do anything to him." As a result, that kid must have hidden himself. The large man in golden wide robes revealed some shock in his eyes when he heard this. He said, "That kid is indeed ferocious. He actually caused the mysterious Dragon King to suffer a loss. He is really not easy to deal with. The sword in his hand has definitely reached the high-grade Dao artifact level." The Extinction Sword King looked at the golden-robed man and said, "Golden Condor King, the source of the golden-winged Great Pung aura on that kid should be a treasure of the golden-winged Great Pung on him. It should be of great use to your bloodline soul. If you obtain it, you won't lose out to me if I obtain the sword. Not to mention, I only want that sword and the rest is yours. Who knows, that kid might have other treasures on him." Haha. The golden-robed man smiled and said to the Extinction Sword King, "Extinction Sword King, you're thinking too much. We've already agreed, so let's do as we said. The most important thing right now is to find that kid, or we'll miss out on this opportunity." The Extinction Sword King frowned slightly when he heard that. He said, "That kid is heavily injured. As long as he's still alive, he won't be able to run far. It's just that the sea is too vast, and it's not easy to find him in all directions. If that kid is still alive, he'll probably be on guard against us. It won't be easy to find him. As long as that kid is still alive, we'll be able to find him. He fought with the mysterious Dragon King in the morning, so he probably won't dare to stay on the surface of the river," said the Golden Condor King. "Then he can only hide on the surface." The Extinction Sword King smiled. He looked at the boundless waters and said, "We just need to find him. That kid must be hiding on one of the mountains to recover." Whoosh whoosh, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they immediately left in a flash, disappearing into the sky in a flash. In the night, the moonlight shone and shrouded the area. The shadows of the trees danced, and the waves gently slapped on the reefs. On the mountain peak, 4 figures stood quietly. They spread out their spiritual soul power, as if they were searching for something. "Where did that kid go? Don't tell me he was killed by the mysterious Dragon King." "I don't think so. The Golden Condor King and the Extinction Sword King seem to be together. If I'm not wrong, they should be working together to deal with that kid. Let's not meet the Golden Condor King and the Extinction Sword King. They're not to be trifled with. What's there to be afraid of? With the 4 of us working together, can't we fight against the 2 of them? It's more important to find that kid first. If he wasn't killed by the mysterious Dragon King, then he must be recovering. Whoever finds him first will be able to deal with that kid first and obtain the treasure." The 4 of them discussed softly. Then, the 4 of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. In the early morning, the vast waters were filled with red clouds. The vast golden waves rippled as the rising sun burst out. The golden light was dazzling. Whoosh whoosh, 4 figures landed on top of a mountain peak that was filled with lush greenery. Immediately, they began to search the area. Tsk. At that moment, the light around Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, suddenly disappeared. He retracted his aura and quickly opened his eyes. Faint golden blood flowed out from his mouth. His aura was chaotic and his face was solemn. "Search carefully. That kid can't have gone far. There seemed to be an aura fluctuation just now. How did it disappear? Search. Don't miss any corner. That kid is not simple. He might have some means to hide his aura." The 4 of them slowly searched forward. 4 martial king auras spread out. It was no small matter. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure slowly walked out from behind a huge rock. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On his resolute face, there was a faint smile in his clear eyes. However, this smile made people feel uneasy for no reason. "It's that kid. The mysterious Dragon King didn't kill him. That kid seems to be severely injured and is healing. We finally found him. Quick, don't let that kid run away." In an instant, the 4 martial king realm experts locked onto Du Xiaofu. The 4 of them focused, fearing that Du Xiaofu would run away. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Du Xiaofu had seen them before. They were the 4 martial king realm experts from yesterday. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, his purple robe fluttered. He stretched out his hands that were hidden behind his back. 21 formation flags were formed in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 17 formation flags rippled with astonishing fluctuations and swept across the sky with lightning-like speed and trajectory, their profound mysteries tightly linked together. Oh no, this kid is a 6-star formation talisman master. Retreat. In that instant, the 4 martial king realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Then, the 4 of them started to flee. Chapter 564. However, it was too late for the 4 martial king realm cultivators to retreat. They did not expect the purple-robed young man to be a talisman master, and a 6-star talisman master at that. In an instant, they were surrounded by the talisman array. 5-direction mountain binding array. A low shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He poured all his energy into the talisman array. A 6-star elementary talisman array was the limit of what Du Xiaofu could set up. The formation flags turned into beams of light that shot up into the sky. Then, they turned into a powerful talisman array that enveloped the space. Wind and clouds surged in the air, and the space was distorted and chaotic. Then, it trapped the 4 martial king realm cultivators whose faces changed greatly. Whoosh! After the talisman array was set up, Du Xiaofu's face was pale. However, he did not dare to stay any longer. Profound qi gushed out from his feet. He gritted his teeth and his figure suddenly rose into the sky. These martial king realm cultivators were obviously here to find him. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess their purpose. Killing and robbing were too common in the dark forest. In the central province Long River, it was not uncommon. There were more than 4 martial king realm cultivators around. Du Xiaofu had to be aware that there were other martial king realm cultivators around. Therefore, he could only escape immediately. In his current situation, he was afraid that any martial king realm cultivator would not be able to deal with him. Moreover, he was in the central province Long River, the territory of the demonic beasts in the water. Quickly think of a way to break the array. This is a 6-star elementary talisman array. It will not be easy to break it by force. I did not expect that kid to be a talisman master. He is so strong in both martial Dao and talisman Dao. Where did he come from? Quickly break the array. That kid is exhausted. Don't let him escape. Bang bang bang, the low muffled sound was like thunder. Inside the symbol array, the muffled sound was like thunder. Waves of energy attacks collided with the symbol array, causing it to shake and shake. However, it was obviously not an easy task to completely break the symbol array. In the distant sky, 2 long rainbow figures hurriedly rushed over. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of him. The long rainbow disappeared, revealing a large man wearing a golden wide robe and a large man wearing a grayish-white long robe. The 2 of them looked at the extremely large and powerful symbol array in front of them. Their eyes contained quite a number of fluctuations. It's Chan Yuxiu and the others. It looks like they found that kid first. I didn't expect that kid to be a 6-star talisman master. The golden-robed man's expression turned serious. Then, he fled after arranging the charm array. It seems that he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He shouldn't have fled far. So, it's still not too late to chase after him. The long-robed man's voice fell. Then, the Xian Qi under his feet surged, and his silhouette swept away into the distance. The golden-robed man raised his eyes slightly and followed closely behind. Bang bang bang, around 15 minutes later, the talisman array above shook and started to crack. In the end, it completely exploded under the forceful impact of waves of energy, transforming into shattered talisman symbols that covered the sky and dissipated. Rumble, the terrifying energy swept out, causing huge cracks, rocks to explode, and the ground to sink. Finally, under the impact of the violent energy, it completely sank into the water and disappeared. Chase after him. We must not let that kid escape. 4 figures angrily soared into the sky and suddenly disappeared in midair. 3 days later, in the vast sea, the sky and the water merged into one. In the calm midair, a golden light suddenly swept over from afar. After a few flashes, it appeared in midair. It was a young man with golden talisman wings on his back. The domineering and fierce Chishi swept out from his body. As he flapped his wings, he was like a rock flapping its wings. His speed was as fast as lightning, and even more so, he was unpredictable. The combination of the two was like adding wings to a tiger. Flap, flap, flap. The golden talisman wings flapped, sweeping across the sky like lightning. The sea below set off huge waves, which was extremely shocking. Kid, you can't run away. You absolutely can't run away. Hand over the treasures on you and I can spare your life. Behind the golden light, there was another golden figure following closely. There was also a pair of golden talisman wings on his back. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the golden talisman wings and the golden talisman wings formed by the former were worlds apart in terms of shape and power. Swish, behind the latter golden figure, there was a burly man in a long robe following. His body was wrapped in the radiance of talisman symbols, and his speed was not much slower than the former golden figure. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the two of them, there were 4 figures following closely behind. Although their speed was a little slower, they were still tailing from a distance. Splash, splash, wherever this group of people passed by, the calm waters would surge, causing the demonic beasts in the water to crawl, not daring to surface. The figure in the front flapped the golden talisman wings on his back. He was like a rock spreading its wings, drifting like a deity. He completely ignored the shouts behind him. His face was slightly serious. When he slowed down a little, he directly stuffed a big mouthful of elixirs into his mouth, chewing until it overflowed with multicolored light. This figure was naturally Du Xiaofu. 3 days ago, after he had set up a talisman array to trap the 4 martial king realm cultivators, he quickly escaped. However, it was too difficult to hide in the water. The Xianyun scarlet dragon's blood essence in his body had not completed the bone marrow cleansing. After being affected, he was almost devoured by the energy. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to find a place to hide. He restrained his aura until he saw the martial king realm cultivators leave. However, a day later, the martial king realm cultivators seemed to have realized that they had been deceived and began to search. They happened to meet Du Xiaofu, who had just recovered a little. Du Xiaofu's injuries were serious, and the profound qi in his body had not recovered much, so he had no choice but to run again. After running for 2 days and 2 nights, he did not know where he was. He did not pay attention to the direction in the boundless water, and the martial king realm cultivators behind him were getting closer and closer. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender and I will definitely spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shouts resounded from behind as they chased after him. Du Xiaofu did not even turn his head. He only cared about flapping his wings and escaping. Facing the group of martial king realm cultivators behind him, Du Xiaofu knew that he was powerless to fight back. The boundless mountain range stretched on endlessly. Numerous mountain peaks stood tall and verdant. Early in the morning, clouds and mist lingered on the mountain peak. Faint roars of beasts could be heard coming from the depths of the mountain range. At the periphery of the mountain range, crowds of people gathered in 2s and 3s. They seemed to be waiting for some result. Occasionally, discussions could be heard. It's already been 3 days. The results of this test should be out soon. It should be soon. I wonder how many people will be qualified to become an inner sect direct disciple this time. If you want to become an inner sect direct disciple, you will need to be at least a Marshal Marquis or above. How can it be easy to become an inner sect direct disciple of the ancient heaven sect? It's said that there are several outstanding talents and even human kings. They have long been selected to become inner sect direct disciples of the ancient heaven sect. Only 1 in a million geniuses can become a direct disciple of the inner sect. Those people are only here to compete for the reward at the top of the mountain. It is said that the reward offered by the ancient heaven sect this time is extraordinary. Otherwise, those geniuses and human kings wouldn't care about it and wouldn't have come to compete for it. That's right, said Yi Shiwen. It would be great if I can become an inner sect direct disciple of the ancient heaven sect. The outer sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect are 1 in a million. You should stop dreaming. If you have the ability, you should go and challenge the test. Every time the ancient heaven sect outer sect disciple test is open to the public. As long as the age is suitable and is not over 25 years old, you can participate. If you can win in the end, you can directly become an inner sect direct disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Forget it. Those outer sect disciples of the ancient heaven sect are so young. Each and every one of them is already a Marshal Marquis. It's said that those outstanding talents and human kings have even stepped into the Marshal King realm. Not to mention that I'm already old. Even if I'm in the right age, I will most likely die if I go in. It's better to just watch the show. There are several thousand outer sect disciples. Each and every one of them has reached the Marshal Marquis realm. The ancient heaven sect is really terrifying. Chapter 565. This is only one of the testing grounds of the ancient sky sect. The ancient sky sect has quite a few testing grounds for outer court disciples. With the ancient sky sect's strength, they can stand above the central planes without falling. If one becomes an inner sect disciple, one will soar into the sky. It won't be long before one's name will spread throughout the central plains. Clouds and mist curled around the mountain peaks. Amidst the lush greenery, the largest and tallest mountain peak was like a dragon raising its head, piercing the clouds. Over a dozen figures stood at the peak of the mountain. There were both men and women, and they were all in their 40s or 60s. Their auras gave off an extraordinary feeling. The aura that faintly spread from their bodies caused the surrounding space to freeze and distort. Ferocious birds and ferocious beasts lay dormant in the surrounding mountains. Space was faintly discernible, making it difficult for outsiders to see through it. Bang 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 bang, AO roar. Deep muffled sounds of energy rang out from the depths of the mountain range from time to time. Accompanied by the roars of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, energy ripples resounded. Someone is finally about to reach the main peak. The overall standard of this year's test is a little stronger than the previous years. An old man in his 50s stroked his long grayish-white beard on the highest mountain peak. His eyes were filled with a smile. He was in a great mood. Elder Hu, you must have seen that Feng Xiangyu has already reached the main peak. He has the talent of a human king. You have already taken him in as your disciple this time. He has the greatest chance of obtaining first place. The others will not be able to contend against him. Another plain-clothed large man in his 50s looked at the person called Elder Hu. His bright and spirited eyes flickered with brilliance, but there was no lack of jealousy in them. Heh, Elder Hu chuckled when he heard this. His smile grew even wider as he said, "Don't say that. Feng Buping, Mu Jiajia and Yu Hao are all talented individuals. Their cultivation is only slightly weaker than Feng Xiangyu's. Everyone has a chance to obtain the treasure from the Munchu. Moreover, they have already reached the main peak." That's true. Everyone has a chance to fight for first place. There are still a few glyph formations up there. It's not easy to break through. A long-cloved old man raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he was not convinced in his heart. He was secretly competing with Elder Hu and the others. At the peak of the mountain, there was a thin and slender old man in his 70s. He was dressed in a green and white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. His white hair fluttered in the wind. A few strands of white hair fluttered in the wind along with a white beard. He looked like an immortal and had an extraordinary temperament. It was as if an immortal had descended to the world. After everyone chatted for a while, Elder Hu's gaze immediately turned towards the immortal-like old man. Although there was respect in his eyes, there was also some ridicule. He smiled and said, "Elder Qingyang, it's rare for you to come out. Why don't you choose a direct disciple to take in? There are quite a few who are not bad." Hearing this, the sage-like old man, who was called Elder Qingyang, turned his head around. His eyes were unusually clear on his old but extremely ruddy face. After glancing at Elder Hu, he did not have any intention of speaking. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back like a celestial being, causing others to feel respect for him. Seeing this, the surrounding large men and old men revealed a slight smile. Although there was no malice in their smiles, there was a hint of mockery in their smiles. A long-clothed elder chuckled and said to Elder Qingyang, "Elder Qingyang, the sect leader said that you still have one more direct disciple spot. Why don't you take in a disciple this time around?" "Qianmingzi, Hu Sankuan, don't be so smug. Those few Wang Renjie have already been taken in by you guys when I wasn't around. Why would I take them in?" The immortal-like old man finally opened his mouth. However, the moment he opened his mouth, his immortal-like temperament immediately disappeared. In particular, his two front teeth protruded out of his mouth like rabbit's teeth. As he spoke, he would occasionally spit out saliva, causing others to be unable to hold back their laughter. Elder Qingyang's reaction seemed to be within everyone's expectations. After Elder Hu heard this, he was immediately at a loss. He pretended to be innocent and said, "Elder Qingyang, we didn't take advantage of your absence to select a disciple. It's mainly because Feng Xiangyu, Mu Jiajia, and the other juniors feel that Elder Qingyang's sect is already filled with talents and has a high status in the Manchu. Therefore, it's inconvenient for them to join Elder Qingyang's sect." "Humph!" Elder Qingyang snorted softly. His eyes darkened slightly as he said, "Since that's the case, why don't you let them join my sect? I'll see if they dare to refuse." This. Upon hearing Elder Qingyang's words, the expressions of Elder Hu and the other elders changed drastically. They said, "Elder Qingyang, please don't make things difficult for those juniors. Besides, Sect Master has already said 9 years ago that you can only take in one more disciple. With your status and prestige in the Manchu, you can't take in more than one disciple. It doesn't matter. In any case, I will only take one. I think that Feng Xiangyu is not bad." Elder Qingyang gazed at a huge mountain peak in the distance with a smile in his eyes. However, at this moment, Elder Hu's expression changed drastically. If Elder Qingyang was determined to take him in as a disciple, he wouldn't even have a chance to reason with him. Bang! 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 Roar! Roar! Muffled sounds of energy could be heard from the mountain range in the distance from time to time. There were also the roars of demon beasts. Rumble! Rumble! The mountain peak shook, the earth quaked, and energy radiance distorted the space. Talisman arrays soared into the sky. Sizzle! Sizzle! At the foot of the mountain range, there were many burly men with powerful auras standing there. Each of them wore a badge that emitted energy fluctuations on their shoulders. The formless aura made people not dare to approach them. Sizzle! Sizzle! The space fluctuated and many lights flickered. Then, one after another, the figures of young men and women with pale faces, serious injuries, and miserable appearances came out. They were all quite young. The youngest was only 18 or 19 years old, while the oldest was only 24 or 25 years old. Their faces were gloomy and disappointed. Then, they shook their heads and gathered in the area. Their eyes were filled with yearning as they looked at the tallest mountain peak in front of them. Among the 8,000 outer sect disciples, less than 1 in 100 can pass the test and become an inner sect disciple. I wonder how many will pass this time. It's said that the first place this time will be able to obtain a treasure. Feng Xiangyu, Mu Jiajia, and the others came to participate in this test for that treasure. Many people outside want to challenge our ancient sky sex test. Without the protection of the amulet, they all died tragically. This is the price. The people outside think that our ancient heaven sex test is easy to pass. Over the years, there have been outsiders who have passed our ancient heaven sex test and soared into the sky to become an inner sect disciple. This is why there are many people who take the risk to pass our ancient heaven sex test every time. The young men and women who failed gathered together and discussed. Since they failed the test, they could only become outer sect disciples. The hope of becoming inner sect disciples in the future was almost zero. The difference between the status of outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any outer sect disciple wanted to become an inner sect disciple. Unfortunately, if one wanted to become an inner sect disciple, they would not be able to do so unless they were extremely talented. On the vast sea, the water rippled slightly. Buzz, a figure wrapped in golden light, streaked across the sky. The sound was like thunder, causing the water below to fluctuate violently. "Kid, you can't escape." Behind the golden figure, there was a roar as several figures chased after him like lightning. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. "Bastard, that kid is clearly seriously injured and exhausted. How can he still run so fast? That kid is too weird. Chase him." Recommended. Guo Xiaofeng's The Strongest Overlord. The Chapter 1 wrote on the train only has 2 updates today. I'll pay back what I owe another day. Chapter 566. One by one, the figures chased forward like lightning, streaking across the sky at high speed. Bastards, this group of bastards. One day, I'll definitely let you have a taste of this. In the air ahead, Du Xiaofu cursed. After escaping for 3 days, he had almost used up all the pills he had. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the golden rock technique and could directly consume pills and spiritual medicine to recover his energy, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Of course, if it wasn't for the golden rock technique's speed and the wave-treading free steps, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. The golden talisman wings on his back flapped as he activated the wave-treading free step. Du Xiaofu flew quickly. He was still worried about Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and the little tiger. The situation was extremely bad. "Brother Qin-chun, are you awake?" Du Xiaogang called out to Zhen Qin-chun in the small pagoda from time to time. Unfortunately, Zhen Qin-chun in the small pagoda didn't respond. She was still sleeping. "Have we left the central province Long River?" Flying quickly in the sea, Du Xiaofu called out. Suddenly, a large mountain range appeared in front of them. It seemed that they had already left the central province Long River. Whoosh, with the appearance of land, Du Xiaofu was worried that he would not be able to shake off the martial king realm experts in the vast water region. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings and flew away. With the mountain range as his cover, it would be much easier to shake off the martial king realm experts with his ability to hide his aura. Du Xiaofu flew quickly and arrived in front of the mountain range in a moment. Looking at the mountain range from afar, there seemed to be a lot of energy wave. There were also low roars. It seemed that there were many powerful demonic beasts hiding in the mountain range. Rumble, the space shook. Looking from afar, there were traces of talisman arrays in the mountain range. The energy waves were extremely sharp and terrifying. There are demonic beasts and talisman arrays. Looking at the energy waves in the mountain range in front of him, Du Xiaofu's pale face suddenly lit up. He was like a drowning person who saw a life-saving straw. He immediately rushed forward without hesitation. "Chase, chase, there's a mountain range in front. That brat will have the ability to hide. Behind Du Xiaofu, the golden-robed figure with golden formation wings shouted. He was extremely worried that Du Xiaofu would be able to escape easily once he entered the mountain range. After chasing for 3 days and 3 nights, he couldn't even catch up to a brat. He, the Golden Condor King, had always been known for his speed, and speed was one of his trump cards. But now, he couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Brat, do you really think you can escape? Dream. The Golden Condor King's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence into his palm. Then, his hand seals changed and turned into countless runes that extended out and attached themselves to the rune wings on his back. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden talisman wings on the Golden Condor King's back increased in power. As he flapped his wings, he immediately pulled away from the solitary Sword King and several other martial kings. He also chased after Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet. In an instant, the Golden Condor King was getting closer and closer to Du Xiaofu. His vast aura could already suppress Du Xiaofu. The Golden Condor King's speed skyrocketed. This was his escape technique, and he wouldn't use it casually under normal circumstances. Using it once would consume too much energy, and it might even affect his cultivation in the future. Therefore, he would only use this technique when he was in a life-or-death situation. However, seeing that Du Xiaofu was about to enter the mountain range, it would be much easier for him to hide. If the brat could hide on the mountain range, he would definitely be able to hide in the mountain range. Therefore, the Golden Condor King gritted his teeth and used this method to stop Du Xiaofu. Not good. Du Xiaofu's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the martial king behind him to increase his speed in an instant. He immediately ran for his life. If he was surrounded by those martial kings, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brat, you can't escape. The Golden Condor King was getting closer and closer. Finally, the Golden Condor King shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a talisman energy wave condensed. Like a bolt of lightning, it swept through the short distance and blasted towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. Wave Surfing Freedom Steps. Du Xiaofu used the Wave Surfing Freedom Steps, and the golden talisman wings on his back swept out with a storm. He narrowly avoided the energy beam by a millimeter. Brat, you can't escape anymore. Your life is at stake. In the next instant, a cold and gloomy voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. The Golden Condor King's figure appeared in the air behind Du Xiaofu like a ghost. A fierce palm print landed on Du Xiaofu's back like a bolt of lightning. Bang! This time, Du Xiaofu had nowhere to retreat or dodge. His back suffered a palm strike, and a low muffled sound rang out. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a poochie sound, and then his body suffered a heavy blow. In a situation where he had exhausted all his strength, he was powerless to resist. His body was like a bird with broken wings, and directly fell from mid-air into the mountain range below. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body landed heavily on the ground. Gravel flew everywhere and the ground shook. The Nirvana realm of the Martial King realm. When Du Xiaofu climbed up from the pile of gravel, the corner of his mouth was dripping with blood. The golden talisman wings on his back had also been shattered. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his purple robe. He looked at the Golden Condor King who was looking down from the sky. His face was pale, but the golden light in his eyes contained a hint of coldness. Brat, give up. The Golden Condor King looked down at Du Xiaofu with a smile. He could see that the purple-robed youth was already at the end of his rope. He could not withstand a single blow and could not escape from the Golden Condor King's grasp. Surrender without putting up a fight? Those words don't exist in my dictionary. Du Xiaofu looked at the space beside him, and then looked up at the Golden Condor King with a mysterious smile. At the same time, His body flashed like lightning and was dozens of feet away in an instant. "Humph, you can't escape. Surrender." The Golden Condor King looked at the fleeing Du Xiaofu with disdain on his face. He pounced on Du Xiaofu like a lightning bolt. He swooped down on Du Xiaofu like an eagle pouncing on its prey. He waved his hand and grabbed Du Xiaofu's back in an instant. Whoosh, the sharp claws distorted the space and were as powerful as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body exploded. He formed a seal in his hand, and the five-finger mountain-veined spirit loomed on the surface of his body. He used all his strength to accelerate, and his body burst out dozens of meters. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's body rushed into an invisible spatial ripple. His body flashed past, and a faint spatial ripple rippled out along the arc of his body. Then, he disappeared. At the same time, the Golden Condor King's claws were about to land on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! At this moment, a dazzling light, accompanied by a terrifying restrictive force, surged out from the space. In an instant, it violently collided with the Golden Condor King's claw. The entire space trembled, and the Golden Condor King's body was violently flung away. He only managed to stabilize his body after a few feet. When the Golden Condor King's body stabilized, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His expression changed drastically and his palm was dripping with blood. "That's..." The Golden Condor King looked at the space in front of him in shock. Layers of spatial ripples rippled out from the place where Du Xiaofu had burrowed into. The mysterious runes on the talisman rippled, and a dazzling restrict word appeared. Why is there a restricted space here? In that short moment of delay, the Absolute Sword King's figure had already landed behind the Golden Condor King. His expression changed drastically when he saw the restrict on the rippling space. The restriction is so strong. How did that kid get in? The Golden Condor King was puzzled. He clearly saw the purple-robed youth enter directly, but he was attacked by the restricted space. He clearly knew the power of the attack just now. It was definitely not something he could withstand. Dear readers, I've been accompanying the leaders outside today, accompanying Shi Luiyue, Empty God, Feng Xiangyu, and other great gods. Actually, I'm slacking, so I'll probably only be able to write one chapter today. I'll return the day after tomorrow and will also be affected tomorrow. When I return, Xiao Yu will repay and apologize to everyone. Chapter 567. This should be a special forbidden space. Only those who have cultivated for a certain number of years can enter. Those who have cultivated for more than a certain number of years will be automatically expelled by the forbidden space. If you force your way in, you'll be counterattacked, the Solitary Sword King said as he looked at the ripples in space. He seemed to have noticed something. Walala, the ripples in space rippled as the runes flickered. Afterwards, under the gazes of the Solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King, the runes began to form the mark of a badge. The runes on the badge were complex, as if they were alive. They gave off an ancient aura. When the Solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King looked at the runic badge that was filled with an ancient aura, their expressions changed as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their bodies began to tremble. The Ancient Heaven Sect. I understand now. This is a testing ground for the Ancient Heaven Sect. The people of the Ancient Heaven Sect are testing their disciples here. Shock flashed through the Golden Condor King's eyes. Swish, swish, the sound of rushing wind rang out in the air as another 4 figures landed in the distance. They did not dare to get too close to the Solitary Sword King and the Golden Condor King as they maintained their guard. It's the people of the Ancient Heaven Sect. However, when the 4 people who came later saw the runes on the emblem that was rippling, their faces were instantly filled with astonishment, and their bodies trembled. The runes on the ripples slowly dissipated. Afterwards, the ripples in space vanished as well, and everything returned to normal. At this moment, a couple of pairs of eyes could only watch as Du Xiaofu entered the mountain range. However, none of them dared to take even half a step forward. The ancient heaven sect was a colossus that could stop them here. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had no idea what was happening behind him. When the Golden Condor King landed, Du Xiaofu sensed the existence of a spatial seal nearby through the senses of his pulse spirit. With the special pulse spirit of Du Xiaoyao's original body, it could ignore ordinary formations and seals. As a result, he immediately used all his strength and charged into the seal. As for what happened behind him, Du Xiaofu was running for his life and had no time to pay attention to it. Du Xiaofu expected that the space inhibition might not be able to stop the Martial King realm experts who had been chasing him for several days and nights. Therefore, he immediately continued to run forward. In order to hide, he even shuttled through the forest. He did not dare to fly, not to mention that he did not have much strength to fly at this time. Roar in the depths of the forest, the roars of beasts were unceasing. It seemed that there were still quite a number of ferocious beasts. Moments later, Du Xiaofu saw several ferocious birds and ferocious beasts emerging from several mountain peaks. Each of the ferocious beasts stood tall, and there were even some birds flapping their wings in the air as they looked down on him. Although they were not ranked on the heavenly beast list, they were definitely extremely ferocious. There were even several pulse spirit stage demonic beasts. One by one, the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts immediately surrounded Du Xiaofu. Their ferocious eyes were scarlet red, and their ferocious appearance made one's heart palpitate. With his heavy injuries, Du Xiaofu was truly unable to fight back, nor did he have the time to tangle with these demonic beasts. However, at this moment, facing these ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a look of joy. The aura of the golden-winged rock in his body immediately swept out with all its might, and the supreme aura of a demonic beast spread out. Roar! In an instant, those ferocious birds and ferocious beasts directly let out low and deep roars. Then, they crawled, and their scarlet and ferocious eyes immediately became subservient and fearful. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure quickly flashed past. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. The last of the pills and elixirs on his body were all stuffed into his mouth. With just these demonic beasts, it was impossible for them to resist those Martial King realm cultivators. However, Du Xiaofu also knew in his heart that although these demonic beasts in the mountain forest were unable to resist those Martial King realm cultivators, they were definitely able to buy some time. What Du Xiaofu needed the most now was time. As long as he could buy some time, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to escape. Roar! Du Xiaofu also did not know where exactly this place was. As he traveled through the mountain forest, the further he went, the higher the cultivation level of the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. Even after reaching a few mountains, the demonic beasts of the beast realm were endless. In the end, Du Xiaofu was even able to see many powerful demonic beasts of the beast realm who were at the Nirvana realm. However, when these ferocious birds and ferocious beasts saw Du Xiaofu, they also crawled and trembled under the supreme demonic beast aura of the golden-winged great rock technique in Du Xiaofu's body. They roared and hissed in fear. With the aura of the golden-winged great rock guarding the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, Du Xiaofu spied on the strongest demonic beasts and directly charged there. These ferocious birds and ferocious beasts were afraid of the aura of the golden-winged great rock on his body, but they were not afraid of the few Martial King realm cultivators behind him. Bang bang bang! Deep energy sounds began to resound. After reaching the depths of the mountain range, Du Xiaofu was surprised to see many young men and women in the mountain range. All of them were in an intense battle with many ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. Some of them were covered in wounds, while others were in a sorry state and exhausted their energy. However, overall, the cultivation strength of these young men and women was enough to shock Du Xiaofu. The youngest of these young men and women were 18 or 19 years old, while the oldest was only 24 or 25 years old. However, their cultivation had already reached the martial lord realm. There were even quite a number of martial lords who were at the Nirvana realm. Furthermore, all of them had spiritual weapons in their hands, and some of them even had extraordinary practitioner weapons. Spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons were not rare items in this place. It could be said that the overall strength of these young men and women was definitely much stronger than the inner courtyard disciples of Tianwu Academy. Even the students on Tianwu Academy's martial ranking could not be compared to them. The general, Gu Xinyan, and the rest had yet to reach the Nirvana realm of the martial lord realm. Thus, Du Xiaofu could not help but be shocked. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu did not have the time to be shocked. He only cared about escaping. Roar, wherever Du Xiaofu's figure passed, the surrounding ferocious birds and ferocious beasts would make way for Du Xiaofu. It was as if he had stepped into a deserted land. Who is that brat? Where did he come from? Why aren't the demonic beasts attacking him? Numerous extraordinary young men and women, who were in an intense battle with ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, suddenly saw a purple-robed young man with a broadsword on his back pass by as if there was no one around. All of them were dumbfounded. However, they had no choice but to continue dealing with the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts in front of them. Crack, crack, many young men and women, who had reached the point of crisis, could only helplessly crush a jade slip in their hands in disappointment, after which the space around them immediately fluctuated, and their figures immediately disappeared from the spot. There's a symbol array. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's path was unobstructed all along the way as if it was an uninhabited land. After passing through countless mountains, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly shot forward. At this moment, chaotic space that covered the sky and blotted out the sun was suffused in many places on the tallest and most enormous mountain. Strands of extremely powerful and fierce fluctuations stretched out as talisman markings flickered, and it was precisely talisman formations that existed in many places. Whoosh! Seeing that there were symbol arrays on the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's pale face revealed an absolute smile. He immediately rushed over without hesitation. The mountain peaks were connected and shrouded in clouds. In the distance, on the huge and towering mountain peak that was like a dragon raising its head and piercing the clouds, a dozen figures were still standing. The last few demonic beasts and symbol arrays are not having an easy time. Even Feng Xiangyu, Mu Jiajia, Feng Buping, Yu Hao and the others are all obstructed. It won't be easy to break the symbol arrays. On the mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, an old man in his 50s stroked his long grayish-white beard and said softly as he listened to the muffled sounds of energy and the roars of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. The gray-bearded old man frowned slightly. He was the old man who was called Elder Hu Sankuan. He looked at the situation on the huge mountain in front of him and said softly, "But Mu Jiajia, Feng Buping, and the others are not weak. It is only a matter of time before they break the array. It has only been 4 hours. I am afraid that they will be able to break the array in 4 hours at most." "Elder Hu, you see that Feng Xiangyu is about to break the symbol arrays, right? He's already at the highest point of the main peak. After he breaks the symbol arrays, he'll be able to directly go up and obtain the monstrous reward." The other person was a plain-clothed man in his 50s. His appearance and age should be around the same as Elder Hu Sankuan. There was some fluctuation in his bright and spirited eyes. His brilliance flickered and there was still some jealousy in his eyes. At this moment, everyone on the mountain peak knew that Feng Xiangyu was indeed the one with the greatest chance of success. Feng Xiangyu had already become Elder Hu Sankuan's disciple. If he obtained the monstrous reward, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. In the future, he would naturally be able to strengthen Elder Hu Sankuan's faction. They couldn't help but feel jealous and envious in their hearts. However, amidst the jealousy and envy, everyone felt gratified and excited in their hearts. Only with so many talents in the Ancient Heaven sect could the Ancient Heaven sect continue to stand above the central region. The next chapter will be here soon. It's a chapter that was rushed out overnight. End. Chapter 568. Hee, Elder Husankuan chuckled when he heard the white-clothed man's words. After which, his gaze once again shifted towards the 70-year-old Elder Qin Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock not far away. Elder Husankuan secretly shifted his gaze as though he was really afraid that Elder Qin Yang would forcefully snatch his disciple away. He opened his mouth and probed, Elder Qin Yang, I feel that there are still a few disciples who are not bad. Now that they have already reached the testing main peak, Elder Qin Yang can choose one of them to be your disciple. Perhaps under Elder Qin Yang's nurturing, they will be able to surpass their peers and help our ancient sky sect become famous in the Central Plains in the future. Elder Qin Yang, who had a sage-like demeanor, glanced at Elder Husankuan on his extremely ruddy face when he heard this. Finally, he simply shut his eyes and completely ignored Elder Husankuan. His aloof manner caused one to feel deep respect for him. Seeing this, the surrounding large men and old men revealed a knowing smile. Elder Husankuan did not say anything, but he began to feel uneasy in his heart. He was really afraid that Elder Qin Yang would snatch his disciple away. If Elder Qin Yang was determined to snatch his disciple away, even the sect leader would not be able to do anything about it. That young man doesn't seem to be a disciple of our Munchu. He actually went up the main peak. Suddenly, a beautiful woman looked at the mountain in front of her from afar. Her eyes moved slightly, and she had an extraordinary temperament. One could tell that she was definitely an extremely beautiful woman when she was young. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the surrounding gazes immediately looked over in surprise and curiosity. Even Elder Qin Yang, who had his eyes closed just now, opened his eyes slightly at this moment. His eyes seemed to be slightly closed as he looked at the testing main peak in front of him. It should be known that according to the testing standards of the past years, although there were very few young people from outside the sect who could pass the test and directly become an inner-sect disciple of the ancient sky sect, there was no one who could ascend the main peak so quickly. What's going on? Why isn't the leopard demon wolf at the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage attacking that boy? That's strange. That boy doesn't seem very old. Where did he come from? That boy actually directly charged into the talisman formation. Under the gazes of many powerhouses, after a moment, an extremely unexpected ripple suddenly appeared in their eyes. The huge mountain that was as dark and boundless as it could be. It was like a huge tomb that stood among the mountain ranges. On the mountain, Du Xiaofu saw a talisman formation in front of it. There seemed to be people in the talisman formation. There seemed to be people trying to break the talisman formation. Bang, 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 bang. Within the talisman formation, numerous extraordinary young men and women with imposing appearances were joining forces with a few similarly extraordinary young men and women to break the formation, and all of them were in extremely sorry states. Suddenly, these young men and women saw a purple-robed young man who seemed to be in a sorry state and had a deathly pale face barge into the formation. His body was wrapped in a faintly discernible golden five-fingered mountain phantom, and waves of extremely shocking aura spread out, causing one's heart to tremble. At this moment, other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else who was wrapped in the five-finger mountain's shadow. Du Xiaofu looked at the few extraordinary young men and women who were working together to fight against the talisman formation, and was secretly shocked. He did not know where these young men and women came from. They were all at the peak of the martial marquis realm. There was also a peak 5 stars talisman master. Among them, there was also a peak martial king realm cultivator. The average age of these young men and women was only 23 or 24 years old. However, each and every one of them had such a cultivation level. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be shocked. "I'm sorry to disturb you." Du Xiaofu glanced at the few people, and without any delay, His figure directly passed through the talisman formation, not affecting the talisman formation in the slightest. He directly passed through the talisman formation as if there was no one around, and quietly disappeared. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Looking at this scene, several young men and women directly rubbed their eyes in shock, thinking that they were seeing things. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. On the mountain peak in the distance, dozens of gazes were also surprised at this moment. They looked at each other in surprise. At this moment, even Elder Qin Yang, whose eyes were slightly closed, slightly raised his eyebrows. His eyes also widened a lot, and he continued to stare at the test mountain peak in front of him. A long-robed old man looked at the mountain peak in front of him with an extremely surprised gaze. He couldn't hold back the surprise in his heart and said, "What's going on? Why did that kid come out of the talisman formation?" While everyone on the mountain peak was still puzzled, the mysterious purple-robed young man on the test mountain continued to break into the second talisman formation under everyone's surprised gazes. "Did you see that? That kid seems to have deliberately broken into the talisman formation," a plain-clothed old man said in surprise. Could it be that the kid knows that no matter how he goes up the mountain, there will be a talisman formation blocking him, so he wants to break into the talisman formation and join forces with them to break the formation? There seems to be something strange about that kid. Numerous gazes continued to stare at the test mountain peak. After a short period of time, everyone's gazes fiercely trembled again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they saw the mysterious purple-robed young man directly break out of the second talisman formation. After a few flashes, his speed was like lightning as he continued to climb halfway up the mountain and entered the third talisman formation under everyone's shocked gazes. In a short few breaths, the mysterious purple-robed young man broke out of the third talisman formation again. In front of the purple-robed young man, each and every one of the powerful talisman formations seemed to be unstoppable. It was as if nothing could stop him. Huff huff, on the mountain peak, those extraordinary super-experts had already started to suck in a breath of cold air at this moment. Their faces completely changed from shock. At this moment, Elder Qin Yang, who was sitting cross-legged, had his eyes glowing as he stared intently at the testing main peak. After that, while those super-experts were still sucking in a breath of cold air, they saw the mysterious purple-robed young man continue to break into the fourth talisman formation. This is already the last talisman formation. The last talisman formation is a 6-star initial ascension talisman formation. Moreover, it is a killing formation that is at the bottom of the 6-star initial ascension talisman formation. Could that kid break out of it so easily? As Du Xiaofu once again broke into the last talisman formation, those super-experts on the mountain peak in the distance were even more shocked. After that, everyone looked at each other and seemed to have thought of something at the same time. Their faces suddenly turned solemn at the same time. Elder Hu Sankuan looked at the test mountain peak in front of him and paid attention to the movements within the talisman formation with a solemn expression. Rumble, the terrifying talisman formation enveloped the mountainside, causing winds and clouds to surge on the huge mountain peak. The aura was terrifying and monstrous. Inside the talisman formation, a young man in a black robe was wrapped in a white circle of runes. He was holding a semicircular machete in his hand, and was constantly attacking the talisman formation, looking for a hole in the talisman formation in an attempt to break out. Suddenly, within the talisman formation, the purple-robed young man, who was wrapped in a faint golden 5-fingered mountain, broke into the talisman formation. "Sorry to disturb you, please continue." After leaving behind these words in the talisman formation, the mysterious purple-robed young man, who had broken into the talisman formation without affecting any changes in the talisman formation, directly disappeared in the blink of an eye under the dumbfounded gaze of the young man in the black robe. Looking at the mysterious purple-robed young man who had disappeared, the young man in the black robe was shocked and puzzled. It was as if he was in a dream. If he was not still in the dangerous talisman formation that was filled with danger, he would probably think that he was dreaming. He's out. That kid really came out. At that moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, the super expert's eyes were already about to pop out of their socket. That mysterious purple-robed young man had actually escaped from the 6-star initial ascension talisman formation with ease. It was as if he was still in an uninhabited state. How is this possible? Where did that kid come from? At that moment, Elder Husankuan was even more dumbfounded. The young man in the black robe who was trapped in the last talisman formation was his precious disciple, Feng Xiangyu, who he had recently accepted. He had the talent of a human king and had already stepped into the martial king realm. Originally, at that moment, as long as Feng Xiangyu could break through the talisman formation, he would be able to take first place in the testing area and obtain the treasures rewarded by the Manchu. At that time, it would be enough to bring glory to his sect. However, at that moment, a mysterious purple-robed young man who had appeared out of nowhere had directly charged up the mountain peak from the foot of the mountain as if he was in an uninhabited state. In a short period of time, before anyone could react, he had already broken through the final test that no outer disciple of the Manchu had been able to break through. Silently, he had arrived at the mountain peak like a ghost. Things don't look good on the mountain peak. Everyone looked at each other with flickering eyes. On the mountain peak in the distance, the 4th talisman formation had escaped. Du Xiaofu once again spat out a mouthful of blood in a rather miserable manner. Activating the pulse spirit could allow one to ignore the talisman formations, but it was definitely not without a price. In this situation where he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, activating the pulse spirit on the mountain peak was something that Du Xiaofu could no longer endure. If it were not for his abnormal physique, an ordinary cultivator would have already collapsed. After the 4th talisman formation had broken through, there were no more talisman formations in front of him. At that moment, he had already reached the peak of the mountain. Du Xiaofu withdrew the faintly discernible phantom of the pulse spirit, and his gaze immediately fell on a rock not far away. The second watch has arrived. I beg for fresh flowers and love. Chapter 569. On the boulder, Du Xiaofu saw a Qiankuan bag with faint ripples of energy. Could it be that someone accidentally left the Qiankuan bag behind? Du Xiaofu glanced at his surroundings. It seemed that he did not see anyone nearby. Immediately, he grabbed the Qiankuan bag in an extremely natural manner. After which, he swaggered off and left the mountain peak in an instant. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not notice that there were over a dozen pairs of eyes on a mountain peak that reached into the clouds in the distant sky. At this moment they were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to fall out. It was difficult for them to recover from the shock on their faces. The Manchu's reward has been taken by that brat. Only after a while did the people on the mountain regain their senses. The mysterious purple-robed youth had actually walked up to the main testing peak without any obstructions, as if there was no one there. He passed through 4 formations and easily took away the reward that the Manchu had given to the first place in this area. This was also the first time in the history of the Ancient Heavens sect that an outer sect disciple had taken away first place in a test outside. This created an absolute record. The mysterious purple-robed youth had actually easily passed the human king talent and 3 human hero talent that the Ancient Heaven sect had nurtured for so many years. This is impossible. Elder Husankuan's eyes were wide open, and he found it hard to come back to his senses. In this test, from the beginning to the end, he was certain that his new disciple would be the first in this test. However, he did not expect that a mysterious purple-robed young man would appear out of nowhere and easily take the first place with a crushing force, taking away the reward from the sect. Where did that brat come from? Where did that brat come from? The clouds on the mountain peak drifted. Then, over a dozen people lowered their heads and looked at each other. Their gazes met, and the same ripple appeared in their eyes. Even Hu Sankuan, Yen Mingze, and the other elders seemed to have thought of something at the same time. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, almost at the same time, the space around the mountain trembled violently. More than a dozen auras fluctuated, and more than a dozen super experts soared into the sky, causing the surrounding space to distort. More than a dozen figures rushed towards the testing main peak. The dozen super experts understood that the mysterious purple-robed young man was definitely not simple. With such shocking talent, if they could take him in, they would be able to bring glory to their sex in the future. This time, they would be able to show off in the Manchu. The more talented their sex were, the higher their status in the Manchu would be. Moreover, for the sake of the entire ancient heaven sect, they had to immediately take the purple-robed young man into the Manchu. All of you, stop right there. A faint and melodious voice was transmitted into the ears of the dozens of super experts who had just risen into the air, causing them to stop in midair. Swish, swish, numerous gazes turned around and uniformly landed on the towering mountain peak behind them. Their faces changed in confusion as they faintly sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, Elder Qin Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock on the mountain peak, stood up. His eyes no longer seemed to be closed. No expression could be seen on his ruddy old face, and there was no change in his expression. However, the more they looked at Elder Qin Yang's ruddy face, the more uneasy they felt. After so many years, everyone knew that as long as Elder Qin Yang's old face appeared to be serious, he was definitely plotting something in his heart. Elder Qin Yang, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly stood up from the rock. He tidied his clothes and looked at the dozens of super experts who had stopped in front of the mountain peak. He spoke in an indifferent voice, "All of you stay here and watch the test. I will go and take a look around. No one is allowed to leave without permission. I am the person in charge of this test. If anyone dares to disobey me, don't blame me for enforcing the sect rules." Profound energy surged out from under Elder Qin Yang's feet after his voice sounded. After which, his body flew in the direction of the main peak of the test in front of the dozens of frozen faces. In a couple of flashes, he was already far away. The dozens of super experts looked at each other in a daze. Their frozen faces seemed to be holding something back, and it seemed as though they were about to be injured from holding it in. This is going to be troublesome. It is definitely going to be troublesome. A beautiful woman, who appeared to be in her 40s, said. Her expression was quite grave. Elder Qin Yang is definitely thinking of ruining good seedlings again. Elder Yen Mingze said. His expression froze as he looked at Elder Qin Yang's departing back. There was helplessness in his eyes. Outside the mountain range, beside the forbidden space, the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, and several other kings in the distance looked at the mountain range in front of them. Their eyes were filled with reluctance, but they did not dare to take even half a step forward. They could only watch as the purple-robed youth, who had been chasing for several days and nights, disappeared from their sight. Bastard! The Golden Condor King was the most aggrieved. He was so angry that his face and neck turned red. The purple-robed youth, who had been chasing for several days and nights, had actually disappeared before his eyes. He knew very well that if he had gritted his teeth and paid a price earlier, the purple-robed youth would not have been able to escape from him. He originally thought that a cooked duck would not be able to escape, but now, he could only watch as a cooked duck flew away before his eyes. Let's go. There must be experts from the ancient heaven sect nearby. Let's leave first. The Solitary Sword King's face was filled with helplessness. His eyes were filled with reluctance. If he could obtain that extraordinary Tao artifact sword, it would be enough to increase his strength by a lot. He would probably be able to become a peak existence among those of the same level. However, he could only watch as the purple-robed youth left. They did not dare to enter the forbidden space of the ancient heaven sect. They probably would not be able to do so. If I can meet that brat again, I will not be polite from the start. The Golden Condor King was truly aggrieved. The golden rune wings on his back disappeared, and he left with the solitary Sword King. Not far away, several kings looked at the mountain range in front of them. After that, they could only leave silently. Since the Golden Condor King and the solitary Sword King had left, they did not dare to stay any longer. The ancient Heaven sect was a colossus to them. With their cultivation and strength, they could be considered experts in the entire central continent. However, they knew that they were like ants in front of a colossus like the ancient Heaven sect. Little you has to rush today, so I rush to write. There are only 2,000 words. I will publish it first, and I will probably reach home at night. I will update today. Brothers, don't wait too long. I apologize to everyone, and I will repay everyone tomorrow. Chapter 570. The mountains were connected, the peaks overlapped, and the lush green. Behind the huge mountain, Du Xiaofu picked up the Qianquan bag and immediately went down the mountain from the back of the mountain. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to stop as he was worried that the Martial King realm experts would chase after him. However, Du Xiaofu didn't continue to run far. He hid in a natural cave at the back of the mountain. After setting up a seal that didn't leave any traces, he hid inside. Du Xiaofu wasn't stupid. He had already run so far. He believed that the many monsters and glyphs in the special mountain range would be able to block the Martial King realm experts for a while, enough for him to escape. However, Du Xiaofu also knew that he couldn't run far in his current condition. This time, he was truly exhausted. However, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. Even if the Martial King realm experts could escape quickly, Du Xiaofu felt that they would never think that he would be hiding in the closest place. Whoosh! After Du Xiaofu entered the natural cave, a figure quickly flew past above him. He didn't notice that Du Xiaofu had climbed over the mountain and was hiding in the cave. The air in the cave was dry and there were jagged and thick rocks all around. Occasionally, there were a few patches of moss climbing on the edges of the rock. After Du Xiaofu tidied up a smooth and flat area, he sat down cross-legged. His face was pale and there were traces of light golden blood at the corner of his mouth. My cultivation isn't enough. It's far from enough. His pale face didn't affect the resoluteness on his face. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and his eyes glowed with a faint golden light. This time, in order to escape from the Martial King realm experts, Du Xiaofu realized that his strength wasn't enough. When he was in the Stone Dragon Empire and the Dark Forest, Du Xiaofu felt a little satisfied. He felt that although his cultivation wasn't an absolute expert, it was still not bad. He was also quite confident that he could roam the central province. But now, he was being chased by a few Martial King realm experts like a stray dog. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger's whereabouts were unknown. This made Du Xiaofu truly realize that with his current cultivation and strength, he was nothing. If it weren't for his good luck this time, the consequences could be imagined. Strength, I need strength. The golden light in Du Xiaofu's clear eyes fluctuated. It was sharp and terrifying. It took a long time before it disappeared. After that, Du Xiaofu took out the Qianquan bag on his body, but his expression was slightly gloomy. He wanted to find some elixirs for recovery, but he found that there were no elixirs in his Qianquan bag at this moment. Along the way, Du Xiaofu had used up a lot of valuable elixirs. He was only able to survive because of the special cultivation method of the golden-winged rock. Sighing slightly, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Then, a second Qianquan bag appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was the one he had picked up from the top of the mountain not long ago. He didn't know who had left it there. I wonder if there are any elixirs or spiritual herbs in there. Raising his eyebrows, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Holding a tentative attitude and some expectations, he began to use his spiritual power to probe the Qianquan bag. Then, Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. He was surprised to find that there were no seals or restrictions placed on the Qiankuan bag. He could easily probe it. Inside the Qiankuan bag, Du Xiaofu was surprised to find that there was an item wrapped in energy. Mysterious runes spread out. He immediately took out the item. Du Xiaofu's expression changed to surprise. A green fishing net appeared in his hand. Along with the appearance of this blue fishing net, waves of energy surged, and the mysterious runes on the talismans fluctuated, accompanied by a wave of pressure that suddenly spread out. Dao item, this is a Dao item. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled at this moment. The aura pressure of this fishing net was definitely not inferior to the tyrannical shadow in his hands. As an all-round spiritual talisman master, he had also participated in the important refining of the tyrannical shadow. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to feel that this fishing net had already reached the level of a middle-grade Dao item. Its value was enough to make a martial Emperor realm cultivator unable to resist fighting for it. It's actually a middle-grade Dao item. Du Xiaofu's pale face was also very shocked at this time. Who would have thought that there would be such a treasure in the Qiankuan bag that he had casually picked up? A treasure that was enough to make a martial Emperor realm expert fight to the death. But he had casually picked one up. The fishing net fluctuated with energy. Du Xiaofu immediately put it into the Qiankuan bag, so that the energy fluctuations would not expose him. Then, an exquisite jade bottle the size of a fist appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. There were only two things in the entire Qiankuan bag. In addition to the middle-grade Taoist fishing net, there was also this jade bottle. The jade bottle was only the size of a fist. There was obviously a special sealing aura on the bottle cap to prevent the energy fluctuations from spreading out. Despite being separated by the jade bottle, Du Xiaofu was still able to sense the astonishing energy ripples within the jade bottle. This item is extraordinary. Narrowing his eyes, Du Xiaofu's expression changed inwardly, and then he opened the jade bottle. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling light spread out, and a surging energy fluctuation spread out from the jade bottle, causing the entire cave to tremble invisibly. Du Xiaofu was also shocked at this moment. The jade bottle contained a kind of clear spiritual medicine that was like jade. The light fluctuation was dazzling, like a talisman that was flashing. It was extremely strange, as if it was a living thing. That energy fluctuation caused everyone to feel astonished. Spiritual medicine liquid. This is the king-grade spiritual medicine liquid. Looking at the energy fluctuation in the jade bottle, Du Xiaofu's shocked eyes trembled. The energy fluctuation of the spiritual liquid was enough to reach the king grade. The king-grade spiritual medicine liquid and a middle-grade Dao item were all priceless, enough to be worth an empire. At this moment, there was such a precious treasure in the Qiankuan bag that he had casually picked up. Du Xiaofu did not know who had dropped the Qiankuan bag, but he knew that the king-grade elixir liquid was a timely help to him. It had come at the right time. Gulp, without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu was an all-round spirit symbol master, and it was not difficult for him to determine that this elixir liquid was extremely normal. Regardless of what this elixir liquid was used for, the energy contained within it was the perfect item to aid his recovery. Immediately, he lifted his head and directly poured the elixir liquid into his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Du Xiaofu would not dare to casually swallow the king-grade spiritual medicine liquid under normal circumstances. After all, the energy was too great, and he had to consider whether his physical body could withstand it. However, Du Xiaofu did not have much choice at this time. He could only recover as soon as possible, or he would not be able to get out of danger. The spiritual medicine liquid was cool and sweet when it entered his mouth. However, after the elixir liquid entered his body, Du Xiaofu's body immediately trembled violently. The energy spread out in an extremely short period of time, causing even his tough and powerful physical body to feel the pain caused by the swelling in his body. Walala, the energy of the spiritual medicine liquid immediately spread out in his body. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the enormous energy contained in the spiritual medicine liquid was drilling in and out of his body at this time. This energy was extremely pure, and it was released more and more violently, like a torrential flood, forcibly rushing through his body. After a short while, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but let out a miserable shriek from his mouth due to the overwhelming amount of energy. Boom, his body swelled, and the pure energy did not stop after Du Xiaofu's scream. Instead, it rushed even more fiercely. Humph! Forcefully enduring the pain, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and groaned. Ever since he started cultivating, Du Xiaofu had experienced this kind of pain more than once. It could even be said that it was a common occurrence. How many people could compare to the strength of his will? Refined Du Xiaofu immediately steadied his mind, condensed his hand seals, and circulated the cultivation technique of the golden-winged rock clan. He directly refined the surging energy in his body, which wanted to explode his body, for his own use, transforming it into pure profound energy that circulated in his body, and then surged into the vast divine watchtower that had long since dried up. Time quietly passed like sand between one's fingers. 2 days later, the ancient sky sex test was completely over. At this time, a piece of news that attracted the attention of countless forces quietly spread, causing the 4 forces to be secretly shocked and quietly investigate. According to the news, a mysterious purple-robed youth quietly appeared in one of the ancient sky sex test areas. In an extremely short period of time, he broke through all the tests of the ancient sky sex outer sect disciples and quietly took first place. He took away the treasures rewarded by the ancient sky sect and then left. No one knew who the purple-robed youth was, but there were some descriptions. It was said that the mysterious purple-robed youth was young and carried a purple broadsword on his back. There was also a description that the mysterious purple-robed youth was close to 10 feet tall. He was strong and imposing, like the reincarnation of a demonic beast. All kinds of news spread, and for a time, it was impossible to determine whether it was true or false. However, what was certain was that the first place in the ancient sky sex test area was taken by the purple-robed youth, who appeared out of nowhere. The mysterious purple-robed youth suppressed a human king talent and 3 human talents of the ancient sky sect. It could be said that he had caused the ancient sky sect to lose a lot of face, and also caused the outer sect disciples of the ancient sky sect to lose a lot of face. It was said that this news quickly spread to the ancient sky sect, and even now, it had alarmed the entire upper echelon of the ancient sky sect. I haven't updated much these few days, causing inconvenience. Xiao Yu sincerely apologizes. Tomorrow I will return to normal. In addition, I will work hard to repay my debt. Chapter 571. It was dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and the sunset covered the sky. In the depths of the mountain range, there were many extraordinary young men and women standing quietly. Under the setting sun, each of them cast a dark shadow, leaving mottled marks on the ground of the canyon. There were quite a number of these young men and women. There were probably close to 10,000 of them. Judging from their clothes and temperament, they were all extraordinary. Any one of them could be called an absolute genius in the outside world. However, these young men and women all looked pale. Their breathing was chaotic, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. These were the outer sect disciples that the ancient heaven sect had placed in this testing area. Any one of them was an extraordinary person of the same generation as them in the outside world. 1 valley, 2 churches, and all spiritual and martial arts. The 3 sects and 3 factions shook the central state. This was a phrase that everyone in the central state knew, and this phrase referred to the 9 great forces in the central state. The ancient heaven sect was one of the 3 sects and 3 factions. It was a colossus that shook the central state. It was said that the ancient heaven sect had been passed down for more than 10,000 years. To be able to become one of the 9 great forces in the central state was enough to show how powerful the ancient heaven sect was. Any disciple that walked out of the ancient heaven sect was never a simple person. They were all peak existences among their peers. At this moment, most of the young men and women who were close to 10,000 were dejected. The 3 men and 1 woman at the front were like cranes in a flock of chickens. The nearly 10,000 extraordinary peers behind them were in awe of the 3 people. Among the 3 men and 1 woman, the one at the front was a young man in black. He looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. His appearance was very handsome, and his temperament was elegant. The young man in black's eyes were pure black. They were so black that they were like the endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at them for a while longer, they would have the illusion that they were going to be sucked in. At this moment, the handsome young man's brows were slightly furrowed. The 2 men and 1 woman behind him had similar expressions. "Who is he?" After a moment, the handsome young man in black raised his head slightly. His black eyes were faintly glowing. He then looked in front of him and saw a dozen figures flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so figures silently landed in front of everyone. The instant before they landed, there were only a few young men and women who could sense the arrival of these dozen or so figures. Whoosh whoosh, more than 10 figures descended. Their auras were restrained, and the wind and clouds were calm. Even the air did not fluctuate. These 10 people appeared to be middle-aged and above. Most of them were elderly. None of them had any aura fluctuations, but the invisible aura that spread out was enough to make people tremble. Any one of them would be a giant if they were in the outside world. Greetings, elders and protectors. When the nearly 10,000 young men and women saw these figures, they immediately bowed respectfully. Their gazes were filled with reverence, and they didn't dare show the slightest disrespect. These people were the ancient heaven sect's elders led by Hu Sangkuan, Chang Mingze, and the other elders. Looking at the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples in front of them, many of the elders were originally extremely satisfied. The overall standard of this outer sect disciple assessment was much higher than in previous years, especially when a genius like Wang Sanjie appeared in one of the assessment areas. This was extremely rare in previous years. However, at that moment, the ancient heaven sect's elders and others were unable to feel satisfied. The first place of the assessment had been easily taken away by someone else, and the ancient heaven sect's disciples were unable to withstand a single blow from the mysterious purple-robed youth. This was undoubtedly somewhat embarrassing for the ancient heaven sect. Over the years, in every outer sect disciple assessment, when had there ever been an outsider who could look down on the ancient heaven sect's outer sect disciples like this? Dispense with the formalities. Elder Hu Sangkuan looked at the crowd and slightly waved his hand. Then, he inwardly shook his head, and his gray-white beard moved slightly. His gaze swept over the black-robed youth at the front, and he didn't know what to say. The black-robed youth was his recently accepted disciple, Feng Xiangyu. He had already reached the martial king realm and was a human king genius. With regards to Feng Xiangyu's performance this time, Elder Hu Sangkuan didn't have much to nitpick about. In the future, this beloved disciple before him would definitely surpass him without too much of a problem. However, looking at his beloved disciple before him, Elder Hu Sangkuan felt somewhat suffocated for no reason. First place had been taken away by an outsider, who had easily surpassed his beloved disciple. When he returned, how would the other elders who usually secretly competed with him attack him? He could already imagine that scene. In short, this time, Elder Hu Sangkuan felt very helpless. However, he knew that he absolutely couldn't blame his beloved disciple, Feng Xiangyu. In fact, he even felt aggrieved for his beloved disciple, who knew that at the last moment, the mysterious purple-robed youth would suddenly appear. Roar! After a while, many demonic beast mounts appeared in the depths of the mountain range. They flapped their wings and covered the sky. Some of the largest demonic beast mounts flapped their wings and hovered in the sky. They were close to 200 feet in size and could cover the sky and the sun. They could carry close to 100 people. Walala, one by one, the huge demonic beast mounts carried the ancient heaven sect's disciples away. The assessment in this area had already ended, but the mysterious purple-robed youth's whereabouts were still unknown. Boom! After the ancient heaven sect's people left, the mountain range distorted. Runes flickered, and it seemed to be covered by some kind of powerful restriction. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Behind the huge mountain peak, in a cave that no one could detect, a purple-robed youth with a broadsword on his back was sitting cross-legged. A faint golden light spread around his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's originally pale face had long since recovered its ruddy complexion. The swelling pain in his body had also gradually disappeared. However, the amount of pure energy transformed from the elixir liquid was still enormous, causing Du Xiaofu's skin to swell painfully. Waves of energy had nowhere to go in his body, and even scuttled under his skin. This caused Du Xiaofu's body to crawl all over like leeches, as if his body was filled with countless leeches. It was extremely shocking to see. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't pay attention to these feelings. He was completely focused on refining the energy in his body. The pure energy transformed from the elixir liquid was extremely strange. Although it was refined by Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock cultivation method, it could be directly transformed into pure profound qi. However, there was still a lot of energy that was completely unrestrained by Du Xiaofu's control and directly rushed into Du Xiaofu's bones, muscles, meridians, and cells. In a daze, Du Xiaofu could feel the strange energy fusing with his bones, muscles, meridians, and cells, giving him an indescribable feeling. Even the spiritual soul force in his Naiwen Palace received a lot of benefit. There was a strange energy invading his mind, permeating his Naiwen Palace, and nourishing his spiritual soul. Within the Naiwen Palace in Du Xiaofu's mind, there was a dazzling ball of light. Talisman inscriptions flickered on it, as if space was fluctuating. The ball rotated like a small star, enveloping the talisman inscriptions, and an ancient and domineering aura spread out. The dazzling ball of light was condensed from Du Xiaofu's spiritual soul. After fusing with the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu could feel that although his spiritual soul force cultivation had greatly increased at the soul symbol master level, there were some signs of loosening in his Naiwen Palace, which affected his foundation quite a bit. At this moment, under the nourishment of this strange energy, some of the loosened spiritual soul force gradually became more and more stable. Du Xiaofu's dried-up divine watchtower was already filled with pure profound qi. There was also an endless stream of pure profound qi that poured into the divine watchtower and was completely swallowed by the divine watchtower. As the profound qi in the divine watchtower became more and more abundant, the aura that spread out from Du Xiaofu's body also became more and more tyrannical. The strange spiritual medicine liquid continuously turned into pure energy and was refined by Du Xiaofu. The royal-grade spiritual medicine liquid had a huge amount of energy. Waves of pure energy were refined by Du Xiaofu and turned into pure profound qi. It continuously entered the divine watchtower, as if there was no end to it. After an unknown amount of time, the faint golden light around Du Xiaogong's body finally became more and more dazzling. Finally, at some point in time, the golden talisman inscriptions flashed, and a golden phantom of a 5-fingered mountain silently appeared behind Du Xiaofu, enveloping Du Xiaofu's body. On the mountain phantom, the golden talisman inscriptions changed, finally condensing into the phantom of a golden-winged rock. Boom! At this moment, an aura erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble. The gravel and dust on the ground were all sent flying, directly rushing out of the cave and breaking through the seal that Du Xiaofu had set up. Bam! At the same time, a low and deep muffled sound came out from Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. The aura broke through an invisible barrier and stepped into a new level. A shocking aura also spread out from the entrance of the cave and soared into the sky. Aolo, at this moment, the roars of countless beasts came out from the mountain range. Tens of thousands of beasts went into hibernation, and ferocious birds crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Numerous ferocious eyes stared at the towering mountain peak, where the aura of a demonic beast sovereign was spreading out. Starting from today, shall you will continue to write diligently. Chapter 572. The aura slowly dissipated and disappeared. Inside the cave, the five-finger mountain and the golden-winged rock around Du Xiaofu disappeared. The faint golden halo around his body also faded, and everything started to calm down. Chi-chi, after a long while, a mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his throat. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and two rays of golden light flickered out. Then, they became clear and restrained. He felt that the ball of light condensed by his mind and soul in his Niwen palace had already stabilized and solidified. The area of the spirit gate in his body had once again expanded. The profound chi was full and it was filled with vigorous fluctuations. The fluctuations were much stronger than the nirvana realm of the martial marquis realm. Complete martial marquis realm. The corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth lifted into a smile. His resolute face revealed a smile. He did not expect to obtain such benefits this time. His strength had undoubtedly increased by a lot. He had directly risen from the nirvana realm of the martial marquis realm to the complete martial marquis realm. Boom! With a slight clench of his hand, Du Xiaofu's mind moved slightly. He immediately felt the profound energy within the divine gate within his body suddenly sweep out like a turbulent fluctuation, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. This feeling of power was much more tyrannical than before he had broken through. The profound chi calmed down. Du Xiaofu felt that the energy formed by the spiritual medicine liquid in his body had unknowingly been completely refined and disappeared. The injuries on his body had already recovered. However, Du Xiaofu also felt that at this moment, under the nourishment of the spiritual medicine liquid, his entire body had an indescribable feeling. This feeling could only be felt but not described. However, although Du Xiaofu could not describe this feeling, he could feel that it should be quite beneficial to him. With a flip of Du Xiaofu's hand, a mid-grade Dao tool that resembled a fishing net appeared in his palm. Walala! The energy on the fishnet fluctuated and its aura was ancient. It was not much weaker than the tyrant shadow. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to feel that this middle-grade Dao treasure was an ownerless item. It had not been recognized by anyone. As long as he placed a soul imprint on it, he could directly control this middle-grade Dao treasure. This was the world of cultivators. Du Xiaofu was not a person who would return the things he found. And especially in this situation, why would Du Xiaofu be courteous? Du Xiaofu, it doesn't seem right not to take advantage of the benefits. Du Xiaofu smiled and formed a soul imprint on the fishnet. How could Du Xiaofu, and by Du Xiaofu, how could Du Xiaofu walala, as Du Xiaofu's soul imprint was injected into the fishing net Dao artifact, the fishing net immediately rippled with astonishing energy fluctuations. Then, it transformed into talisman runes that directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Mountain ranges, forests, and mountain peaks overlapped one another. In midair, an old man who looked to be in his 70s was looking around. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his white beard swayed slightly, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. His eyes were looking around. His temperament was otherworldly, and he looked like a legendary super expert. How could he have disappeared? I've searched the entire mountain range. How could he have disappeared? Where the hell did that kid run off to? The old man's eyes were filled with doubt. His pale white eyebrows twitched, and his figure disappeared into the sky above the mountain range. At night, the sky was inky blue, and the sky was blue. At a glance, there were sparse forests and a faint moon, and the mountain range was solemn. In the cave, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes in the dark night. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes, which then turned into a clear and deep look. Heavenly net, Du Xiaofu murmured softly, a smile appearing on his face. The fishing net with the soul imprint was a middle-grade Dao tool. From it, he learned that this middle-grade Dao tool was called Heavenly Net. It was an extraordinary middle-grade Dao tool, and it had many extraordinary functions, which made Du Xiaofu extremely satisfied. I'm afraid it's not good to stay here for long. After a while, Du Xiaofu stood up, looking serious. Although he should have gotten rid of those martial king realm cultivators, the whereabouts of Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger were still unknown. He had to find a way to find the source of the strange change in the central province's long river. This was not a place to stay for long. Judging from those extraordinary young men and women, the forces behind them were not simple, so it was not good to stay here for long. In the dark night, under the dim moonlight, a figure flew out of the cave and disappeared into the distance in a few flashes. 3 days later, in the early morning, misty mountains protruded out. Under the slightly white sky, the mountains were as dark as iron. As the red sun rose, mist rose, and milky white gauze separated the mountains, making it look like a dream. Between the mountains, on a steep road, a purple-robed youth slowly walked with his head slightly lowered. On his back was a wide purple sword. The purple-robed youth was Du Xiaofu, who had been walking through the mountain range for 3 days. In these 3 days, he did not know where he had gone. The mountain range was boundless, and he did not know where there were cities. In these 3 days, Du Xiaofu had obtained some spiritual herbs in the mountain range. However, he had not met a single beast lord realm demonic beast when he wanted to ask about the situation. Hence, Du Xiaofu purposely walked slowly and retracted his aura. This was to prevent the golden-winged Great Peng aura from leaking out and causing those beast lord realm demonic beasts to sense it and flee. Du Xiaofu wanted to lure a beast lord realm demonic beast to ask about the surrounding situation and where exactly this place was. This was to prevent him from getting lost and randomly wandering around. However, when he wanted to lure a demonic beast, Du Xiaofu discovered that let alone a beast lord realm demonic beast, he had not even met a single low-tier demonic beast. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar was heard. Du Xiaofu's gaze slightly lifted to the front, and saw a huge demonic python dashing out from the road ahead. Hiss hiss! This demonic python's aura was scarlet red, and its tongue flickered in and out. Its eyes were cold and its entire body was icy cold. Everywhere it passed, the rocky ground on both sides of the steep road was covered in a thick layer of frost, causing the temperature of the entire area to rapidly drop. Roar! Behind the huge demonic python, a huge and vigorous leopard dashed out. Its aura was vigorous and formidable, and it was not much weaker than the demonic python. Evil creature, where do you think you are going? At the same time, a young man's shout was heard from the back of the huge leopard. Soon after, a figure dashed out from the huge leopard, and with a wave of his hand, a sword aura was directly hacked out like lightning. Chi 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 chi, as the sword aura swept out, wind and clouds immediately surged in this part of the sky. The golden aura was just like thunder, and with a thunderous momentum, it suddenly landed on the demonic python's huge tail. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground cracked, and a mighty aura unfurled. The demonic python's huge tail was directly chopped off by the sword, and fresh blood spurted out. Hiss hiss! The demonic python howled in agony. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its gigantic head was like a flood dragon. It opened its gigantic mouth and flicked its tongue in and out. A stream of icy cold air gushed out, freezing the space around it. It wanted to envelop the attacker and freeze him inside. Evil creature, prepare to die. The young man's shout rang out once again, and the figure directly appeared in front of the demonic python. The figure was actually not afraid of the demonic python's cold chi, and the light of the symbols wrapped around his body blocked the cold chi. Soon after, a sword aura was like lightning, and with a loud bang, it landed on the demonic python's malevolent head. Chi 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 chi, the sword aura swept in, and the sword hilt directly pierced into the demonic python's head. Hiss hiss, the huge demonic python roared, and finally, its huge body powerlessly struggled for a few moments, before it directly fell on the main road, and its huge body seemed to have blocked the entire main road. A 17 or 18-year-old youth appeared beside the demonic python's corpse. His body was covered in a light blue robe, and although his clothes were not luxurious, they were extremely fitting, and could not hide the heroic spirit between his brows. Although his handsome appearance revealed a little childishness that had not completely faded, his resolute expression was very outstanding. Roar, the demonic leopard walked behind the youth, and with a respectful expression, its huge body slowly shrunk. The youth waved his hand and sucked out the sword from the demonic python's head. The sword was not stained with blood, and the symbols on it flickered, and its aura was extraordinary. Chi chi, the sword aura forcefully slashed at the demonic python's 7 inches, and the youth cut open the demonic python's skin, which could be used to refine a spiritual weapon. He took out a few jade bottles and filled them with the demonic python's blood. Finally, the demonic leopard tore open the demonic python's abdomen with its claws, and took out an item that looked like a snake's gallbladder and handed it to the youth. Du Xiaofu was not far away, quietly watching everything that was happening in front of him. The demonic python was at the peak of the perfect pulse spirit stage, and the demonic leopard was also at the perfect pulse spirit stage. The extraordinary youth's cultivation was at the initial martial lord stage, and he was only 17 or 18 years old. This was already very extraordinary. After the youth finished everything, he put away the items on his body, as if he had already sensed Du Xiaofu's presence. Only then did he look at Du Xiaofu. Behind the youth, the demonic leopard's eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Although it could not sense any aura from Du Xiaofu's body, for some reason, the more it looked at the purple-robed youth, the more its eyes trembled. Looking at the youth, who seemed to be about the same age as it, the youth's face did not seem to have any reaction. It thought that Du Xiaofu was scared out of his wits, and said, "My father is injured and needs the essence blood of the ice python to heal. I originally wanted to ask for some blood from the ice python and ask someone to refine it for me. Who knew that the ice python would not agree, so I killed it. Why are you here alone? This is not a good place." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly at the extraordinary youth and said, "I'm lost. I don't know where this is, so I'm here." "I see." The extraordinary youth looked at Du Xiaofu, who seemed to be about the same age as him, and said, "My name is Huang Fuqi. Since you're lost, why don't you follow me back to Bailing City? Not far from this mountain range is the capital of the Bailing Empire, Bailing City." Chapter 573. Thank you. My name is Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't refuse. It was great that this young man was willing to bring him along. Roar, moments later, Du Xiaofu rode on Huang Fuqi's mount and left with him. "Brother Du, where did you come from? How did you get lost here?" Huang Fuqi was curious about Du Xiaofu on the back of the demonic leopard. He sensed Du Xiaofu's aura and felt an indescribable feeling. "I came here to train myself. I didn't expect to get lost," Du Xiaofu replied. Du Xiaofu's words weren't fake. Huang Fuqi didn't doubt him. They were about the same age and became familiar with each other after chatting for a while. Du Xiaofu found out from Huang Fuqi that he was indeed in the middle state. However, the middle state was huge and he didn't know how big it was. This was the middle state, but it was still at the edge. There were tens of thousands of countries in the middle state. After comparing them, Du Xiaofu felt that the strength of an empire in the middle state was much stronger than the Stone Dragon Empire and other empires. Du Xiaofu found out from Huang Fuqi that an empire in the middle state usually had dozens of king-level experts and 6-star talisman masters. If it was an extremely powerful empire, there might be hundreds of king-level experts and 6-star talisman masters. There would be occasional conflicts between countries. The solution was also related to strength. However, it was rare for a big commotion to occur. After all, the ones who truly controlled the middle state were the 9 major powers. They were above the imperial power and commanded tens of thousands of countries. Although there were many powerful forces in the middle state and they were extremely powerful, it was difficult for them to compete with the 9 major powers. However, those major powers had their own place in the middle state. Even the 9 major powers had to give them some face. Which 9 major powers are there in the middle state? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. Now that he was in the middle state, it was necessary for him to know about the 9 major powers in the middle state. Brother Du isn't from the middle state? You don't even know about the 9 major powers? Huang Fuqi was a little puzzled. Any cultivator in the Central Plains would know about the 9 great forces. To be honest, I came from a remote place. This is my first time in the middle state, so I don't know much. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. In comparison, the Dark Forest and Stone City were definitely remote places. After hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Huang Fuqi didn't have any doubts. The 9 major powers, and the 3 sects and 3 clans and 3 schools of the central continent. The 3 sects and 3 clans and 3 schools 2 spiritual martial and spiritual of the central region. The 3 sects and 3 schools and the 3 schools martial and martial Ling Chuans of 1 valley, 2 sects and 3 schools. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Huang Fuqi smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "This sentence refers to the Spirit Sky Valley, the Immeasurable Sect, the Great Wheel Sect, the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Sky Snake Sect, the Mysterious Underworld Sect, the Xiandu Gate, the Intelligent Sword Sect, and the Mysterious Talisman Sect. The 9 major powers are famous in the middle state and have countless experts." Du Xiaofu memorized the names of the 9 great factions that Huang Fuqi mentioned in his heart. He seemed to have dealt with the Sky Serpent Sect, the Profound Xian Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect before. After a while, Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. He asked Huang Fuqi, "How do the Divine Light Court, the 7-star Hall, and the Dark Nether Sect compare to the 9 major powers?" Huang Fuqi looked at Du Xiaofu with some confusion. He seemed to find it strange that Du Xiaofu did not know about the 9 major powers but knew about the Divine Light Court, the 7-star Hall, and the Dark Nether Sect. He then said, "It seems that Junior Du knows a lot. Although the Divine Light Court is not comparable to the 9 major powers, it is said that it has the highest chance of catching up to the 9 major powers in the future. The 7-star Hall is actually 7 major powers, but I don't know much about the 7-star Hall, so I'm afraid I can't answer you." Huang Fuqi paused for a while and looked at Du Xiaofu. As for the Dark Nether Sect, it is not weak, but compared to the 9 major powers, it is not enough. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly when he heard this. He already had a rough idea in his heart. Unknowingly, the 2 young men had chatted for half a day. The mountain range gradually passed by, and their vision began to widen. A series of buildings appeared in front of them, and the air began to be filled with people. "Junior Du, the outer city area of the Biling City is in front of us. We should be able to enter the Biling City in an hour," Huang Fuqi introduced to Du Xiaofu. After chatting for a while, the 2 young men had unknowingly become closer to each other. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had a good impression of Huang Fuqi. From the chat, Du Xiaofu learned that Huang Fuqi's father was a king of the Biling Empire, and the Huangfu family was also a branch of the royal bloodline. The current emperor of the Biling Empire was Huang Fuqi's uncle. However, compared to the main bloodline of the Huangfu family, Huang Fuqi was much more distant. They were separated by several generations. After an hour, the outline of the vast and continuous city appeared. It was like a dragon circling in the sky, and there were many majestic buildings. "Junior Du, This is your first time in the Central Plains. Why don't you stay in the Biling City for a few days? Don't be shy. Huang Fuqi was extremely hospitable as he pulled Du Xiaofu into the Biling City. With his identity as the young prince of the Biling City, it was naturally easy for him to enter the city on the demonic leopard. The Biling City was vast, and the streets were crowded with people. It was noisy, and it was even more prosperous than the dragon city of the Stone Dragon Empire. There were many auras fluctuating on the street. Du Xiaofu's expression changed when he peeked at them. As expected of the Central Plains, there were as many experts as there were clouds. It was rare to see a pulse spirit stage cultivator in the Stone Dragon Empire, but they could be seen everywhere in the Biling City. After passing through many bustling streets and looking down from the sky, Du Xiaofu began to have a rough understanding of the Biling City's strength. Finally, the demonic leopard landed in front of a majestic building. In front of the gate, there was a plaque with the words Scarlet Flames Mansion. There was a small square in front of the gate, and there were many armored soldiers with sharp auras standing there. "Greetings, young prince." Everyone bowed respectfully when they saw Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuqi jumped down from the demonic leopard and smiled at Du Xiaofu. "Brother Du, we're here. Little Qi, where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere." As Huang Fuqi's voice fell, a tall figure rushed out from the Scarlet Flames Mansion. When he finished speaking, the figure directly rushed to Huang Fuqi's side. "Second uncle, I went to help father find the blood of the ice python. With the blood essence of the ice python, father's injuries can be healed quickly," Huang Fuqi said to the person who came. "Child, why are you so disobedient? What if you encounter danger? Your father didn't ask you to come back to take risks, but to entrust you with a heavy responsibility." The person who came was tall and seemed to be in his 40s. His face was quite heroic. His gaze swept across Du Xiaofu, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he didn't ask too much. At this moment, it seemed like he had something more important to say. He said to Huang Fuqi, "Hurry up and go to the palace. The palace has already sent people over this morning. Those lords have already arrived. Some of the young guests who accompanied them want to walk around today, so they asked all the younger generation of the Huang Fu family to accompany them. You must perform well. This matter is very important not only for you, but also for the entire family." "Have they already arrived?" Huang Fuqi's gaze slightly moved, as if he wasn't too willing. However, he did not show it. After which, he took out a few jade bottles from his Qianquan bag and handed them to the middle-aged man. He said, "Second uncle, this is the blood of the ice python. Find an alchemy symbol master to refine it into blood essence for father to treat his injuries. I'll go to the palace to take a look. Hurry up and go." The middle-aged man raised his head to look at the sky and said to Huang Fuqi, "I'm afraid that they have already gone to the Imperial Garden. Hurry up and go to the Imperial Garden." "Okay." Huang Fuqi nodded his head. After which, he looked at Du Xiaofu beside him and said, "Junior Du, why don't you come with me? I'll bring you to the palace to take a look." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded his head. Since he had nowhere else to go, it would be good to take a look at the imperial palace of the Biling Empire. Roar! Just as the two of them landed, they once again mounted the demon leopard and left. "Brother Du, when we go to the Imperial Garden later, we'll be meeting some important people. You should take a good look at them. However, don't speak carelessly. We don't know the nature of those people, but I'm afraid that we can't afford to offend them." On the demon leopard, Huang Fuqi said to Du Xiaofu. "Okay." Du Xiaofu faintly smiled. Sigh. When Huang Fuqi heard this, he softly sighed and softly said, "Those people come from different backgrounds, so their style is indeed different. However, I don't think that one must come from a super faction to become a powerful person. In this world, there are many powerful people who rely on their own experience and hard work to become famous in the Central Plains. They are not inferior to those who come from super factions. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and asked Huang Fuqi, "Looks like you're quite emotional." Huang Fuqi bitterly smiled and said, "Although my current sect is not weak, it can only be considered a second-rate sect in the entire Central Plains. However, I'm very happy in my sect. My master and the other elders in the sect love and care for me. However, my father and the members of my family hope that I can enter a superfaction one day. At that time, my entire family will benefit." Huang Fuqi softly sighed. After pausing for a while, he helplessly said, "I understand their wishes and I also understand them. However, I personally don't think that being in a superfaction will be suitable for me. Perhaps I will be able to obtain more resources to nurture. However, if it's not suitable, I'm afraid that it will have the opposite effect. There are more chapters today. I want to repay my book friends. Looking for fresh flowers, looking for recommendations. Thank you." Chapter 574. Huang Fuqi paused and looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. He said softly, "Do you still remember the profound talisman sect that I told you about? The people we're going to meet in the Imperial Garden should be the younger generation of the profound talisman sect. I wonder how strong the younger generation of the profound talisman sect is." The younger generation of the profound talisman sect. Du Xiaofu immediately thought of a few familiar figures when he heard this. Biling Empire, Imperial Palace. Looking from afar, it was dazzling, magnificent, and boundless. The golden-red palace stretched far into the distance. It was much larger than the Stone Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. However, the Biling Empire's Imperial Palace seemed to lack the ancient aura of the Stone Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. Outside the Imperial Palace, the two of them dismounted from their demon leopard mounts. Although Huang Fuqi wasn't part of the Imperial family, he was still a relative of the Imperial family. In addition, the Imperial Palace sent someone to summon him. Hence, it wasn't difficult for him to bring Du Xiaofu into the Imperial Palace. Stepping into the Imperial Palace, a dense Imperial Palace dragon chi spread out. However, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. Logically speaking, the Biling Empire's area and population were much larger than the Stone Dragon Empire's. However, the Imperial Palace Dragon Chi was inferior to the Stone Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. It lacked an ancient aura. Although it was the same Imperial Palace Dragon Chi, it was less pure. Inside the Imperial Palace, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5 steps. There were many powerful auras. Du Xiaofu also looked around with interest. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to visit the Imperial Palace as soon as he arrived in the Biling Empire. Imperial Garden, Imperial Garden. When Huang Fuqi brought Du Xiaofu through layers of checkpoints and entered this place, he was also surprised and full of admiration. The Imperial Garden was filled with beautiful trees and exotic flowers. The mountains were continuous and there was a clear stream that flowed from the depths of the flowers and trees to the crevices of the rocks. There were clear ponds connected to each other, and the pond was filled with fish and lotus flowers. The small path in the garden was wide and there were pavilions on both sides of the path. They were all hidden between the hills and trees. The scenery was breathtaking. "I think we're already late." Huang Fuqi's voice drew Du Xiaofu's attention back. Following Huang Fuqi's gaze, Du Xiaofu looked ahead and saw dozens of people slowly walking over. They were all young men and women. That group of dozens of people, the men were extraordinarily handsome, and the women were beautiful and noble. None of them were ordinary people. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately landed on the purple-blue youth at the front. The young man looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. His entire body had a rather sharp aura. His appearance could not be said to be particularly handsome, but it made one feel extremely comfortable looking at him. Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, the group of people walked over. "Big Brother Qi, you're here too?" A young girl hurriedly walked out from the group and immediately ran in front of Huang Fuqi. She looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were deep and bright under her straight eyebrows. Her nose was straight, and the curve of her tender lips was exceptionally gentle and beautiful. It was so tender that one would want to take a bite out of them. Her jet-black hair fell all the way to her perky waist. Looking at the young girl, Huang Fu-chi immediately smiled faintly and said, "Little sister Huayu, have you all finished strolling around?" "Of course we've finished. Little sister Huayu is not for you to call her that. You're only from a branch clan. Although you have some talent, Huayu is from the main clan. She's from the orthodox royal family. You should respectfully call her princess." Before Huang Fu-chi finished speaking, a well-dressed young man immediately took half a step forward and scolded Huang Fu-chi. Hearing the well-dressed young man's words, Huang Fu-chi's eyes slightly raised. His expression was slightly gloomy as he looked at an artificial pool nearby and said, "Huang Fu-ji, don't go too far. Do you still remember that pool? 3 years ago I threw you into it. That's where you knelt and begged for mercy." As Huang Fu-chi's voice fell, many young men and women in the surroundings secretly smiled, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Huang Fu-ji was a prince, and his status was above many people. Although his talent wasn't weak, it couldn't be compared to Huang Fu-chi. All these years, only Huang Fu-chi dared to touch Huang Fu-ji. Therefore, Huang Fu-ji had always held a grudge against Huang Fu-chi. However, Huang Fu-chi was deeply cared for by the emperor. Even when Huang Fu-ji was thrown into the pool by Huang Fu-chi 3 years ago, the emperor reprimanded Huang Fu-ji after understanding the situation and didn't blame Huang Fu-chi at all. "Huang Fu-chi, you're courting death." Everyone secretly wanted to laugh, but at this moment Huang Fu-ji was already furious. He shouted angrily, and his profound chi fluctuated. The veins on his palms bulged as if he was about to attack. However, Huang Fu-ji seemed to have some scruples at this moment. 3 years ago, he wasn't Huang Fu-chi's opponent. 3 years later, he had made great progress. However, during these 3 years, Huang Fu-chi had also been cultivating in the sect. He didn't know what level Huang Fu-chi's cultivation had reached. "Second brother, there's a distinguished guest here today. Don't mess around. Why aren't you backing off?" A young man in a brocade robe with an extraordinary temperament blocked Huang Fu-ji's path. He seemed to be 2 or 3 years older than Huang Fu-ji. The young man was called Huang Fu-yuan. He was Huang Fu-ji's brother and the Bailing Empire's first prince. Huang Fu-yuan didn't mind the dispute between Huang Fu-ji and Huang Fu-chi. Instead, he was happy to see it. The more Huang Fu-ji caused trouble, the more beneficial it would be for him. In the future, Huang Fu-ji wouldn't be a threat to his ascension to the throne. However, the person they were going to accompany today was a distinguished guest from the profound talisman sect. If he could properly entertain the guest, he would be able to establish a relationship with the guest in the future. In the future, not to mention the throne, even greater benefits would be possible. Although the Bailing Empire was a country, it was only one of the dozens of empires controlled by the profound talisman sect. Even the imperial family had to look up to the profound talisman sect. A single word from the profound talisman sect was enough to easily change the ruler of an empire. Therefore, at this moment, Huang Fu-yuan didn't want his second brother, Huang Fu-ji, to ruin this matter. After berating Huang Fu-ji, his gaze landed on Huang Fu-chi. His expression was rather indifferent. Huang Fu-yuan naturally knew that Huang Fu-chi and Huang Fu-ji didn't get along since they were young. Although he was worried that Huang Fu-ji would threaten his position, no matter what, Huang Fu-ji was still his second brother. Compared to an outsider, he naturally had to stand together with the outsider. He said, "Huang Fu-chi, there's a distinguished guest here today. Father told you to come early, yet you've only arrived now. Do you not place the emperor in your eyes, or do you not place the profound talisman sect in your eyes?" Huang Fu-chi's eyes immediately lifted when he heard this. His gaze turned a little sluggish. He had always known that Huang Fuyuan was an insidious person. At this moment, Huang Fuqi finally witnessed Huang Fuyuan's insidiousness. No matter how he answered, he would likely offend one party. Of course, he naturally couldn't answer such a question. Big brother, Brother Qi didn't mean that. He must have been delayed by something. That's why he's only here now. The young lady called Huai Yu immediately helped Huang Fuqi out of the situation when she saw this. What do you know? Hurry up and leave. Huang Fuyuan glared at the young lady. Seeing Huang Fuqi's sluggish expression, he knew that he had achieved his goal. A cold smile flashed across his eyes without leaving a trace. After which, he respectfully and ambiguously said to the blue-purple robed young man beside him, Sir Guo, let's go. I've arranged quite a few programs for Sir Guo tonight. I believe that Sir Guo will definitely like them. The blue-purple robed young man's gaze seemed to have been fixed on Du Xiaofu the entire time. Only when he heard this did he turn his gaze away. A smile appeared in his eyes as he patted Huang Fuqi's shoulder and said, Your arrangements are good. However, I still have something to do tonight, so I'm afraid I won't be able to go. The young man's words immediately caused joy to appear on Huang Fuyuan's face. His heart was wild with joy. He hurriedly nodded and respectfully said, That's fine. If Sir Guo needs some programs, I can send them to Sir Guo's room. The blue-purple robed young man shook his head. He seemed to know what Huang Fuyuan was implying and said, There's no need for that. Huang Fuqi looked at Huang Fuyuan, Huang Fuji and the others. He nodded and smiled at the young lady called Huai Yu and said to Du Xiaofu, Brother Du, let's go. Hey, Huang Fuqi, how dare you bring an outsider into the Imperial Garden? Today there are distinguished guests present. Only people from the Huangfu family can come. Do you think the Imperial Garden is your home? How dare you? It seems that the Imperial Garden is your backyard and you don't put the royal family in your eyes. As Huang Fuqi's voice fell, Huang Fuji, who had just been reprimanded by Huang Fuyuan, looked at Du Xiaofu. He was usually arrogant and would not pay attention to others. At this moment, when he saw Huang Fuqi bringing an unfamiliar young man into the Imperial Garden, he immediately felt as if he had grasped Huang Fuqi's weakness and was ready to take advantage of it. He must find a way to teach this Huang Fuqi a lesson. Huang Fuqi looked back at Huang Fuji and then glanced at the blue-purple robed young man. He ignored Huang Fuji and said to Du Xiaofu, Brother Du, no need to pay attention to him. Let's go. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and did not pay much attention to it. Huang Fuji became more and more furious when he saw that Huang Fuqi was about to turn around and leave, completely ignoring him. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. Huang Fuqi didn't put him in his eyes. He immediately shouted, Huang Fuqi, how dare you? Do you still want to leave? Stay. What if I insist on leaving? Can you stop me? No matter how good Huang Fuqi's temper was, he was still slightly angry. He looked back at Huang Fuji indifferently. You, under the gaze of so many people, especially in the presence of the distinguished guests of the profound talisman sect, Huang Fuji did not put him in his eyes. Huang Fuji could no longer keep his face. Although he was a little afraid of Huang Fuqi, 3 years had passed and he had some confidence in himself. He said angrily, Huang Fuqi, you don't put the royal family in your eyes. If you dare to leave today, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 575. Huang Fuqi raised his gaze and his expression darkened. However, just as he was about to speak, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure stepped forward with a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. There was a faint smile on his face as he interrupted Huang Fuqi's words. He looked at Huang Fuji and said, You're wrong. Brother Huang Fuqi is also a member of the Huangfu clan and can be considered as a member of the imperial family. If you don't respect the imperial family, you don't respect yourself. You're really trying to pin a crime on someone who doesn't respect himself. The person who spoke was naturally Du Xiaofu. He had a good impression of Huang Fuqi. Seeing the two brothers, Huang Fuji and Huang Fuyuan. One was insatiable while the other was sinister. Du Xiaofu didn't want to cause too much trouble for Huang Fuqi because of him. After all, this was the Biling Empire. If this matter was blown up, it would be disadvantageous for Huang Fuqi. That was why he stepped forward to speak. As Du Xiaofu stepped forward, Huang Fuji was wary of Huang Fuqi. However, he wasn't wary of Du Xiaofu at all. His expression instantly turned cold, and he shifted his anger towards Huang Fuqi to Du Xiaofu. He roared, "Who do you think you are? You're asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fuji's feet suddenly landed on the ground. The profound qi beneath his feet surged, and the aura of a martial marquis exploded. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, his figure turned into an afterimage and shot towards Du Xiaofu like a ghost. As Huang Fuji made his move, Huang Fuyuan's gaze was indifferent. He had no intention of stopping him. At that moment, a faint ripple appeared in the eyes of the blue-purple-robed youth. Huang Fuqi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately wanted to stop him. He wasn't afraid of Huang Fuji, but he knew that Huang Fuji wasn't weak either. In his heart, Du Xiaofu came from a remote place. How could he stop Huang Fuji? Qi, however, just as Huang Fuji was about to make a move, he discovered that an invisible aura rippled from Du Xiaofu's body, directly binding him and making him unable to move. At this moment, his expression changed drastically once again. "You're courting death." In a short instant, Huang Fuji's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The gloomy coldness in his eyes grew even more intense as vigorous profound energy surged within his body. Clenching his hand into a fist, he directly threw a punch that was wrapped in surging profound energy and covered in flickering runes, directly smashing towards Du Xiaofu. At this moment, many of the surrounding gazes could not bear to look at him. As a prince of the Biling Empire, killing a person in the imperial garden was as casual as stepping on an ant. In terms of strength, although Huang Fuji had always been inferior to Huang Fuqi was publicly acknowledged as the peak of the younger generation in the entire empire. Although Huang Fuji was slightly weaker, he was definitely one of the peak existences among his peers in the entire Biling Empire. At this moment, to the dozens of accompanying young men and women, no one would think that the purple-robed young man who stood out would be able to resist Prince Huang Fuji at this moment. Narrowing his clear eyes, Du Xiaofu helplessly smiled in his eyes as he looked at the figure in luxurious clothes that was rushing towards him like a ghost. Sigh. At the same time, Du Xiaofu let out a soft sigh. Slightly waving his hand was wrapped in a faint golden light. Under the dazzling gazes of the crowd, it directly landed on Huang Fuji's fist with lightning speed. Crack crack, as Du Xiaofu's hand landed, the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Following which, a miserable shriek was heard from Huang Fuji's mouth as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, a heart-wrenching cry was heard. After the miserable shriek, the formation wave dissipated. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd, they saw Huang Fuji's body fly out like a kite with broken wings and violently crash onto the ground. The crowd watched as the back of Huang Fuji's hand, which had just punched out, was dripping with blood. His arm was swollen and his body was curled up in pain. His mouth was stained with blood. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as they became flabbergasted, including Huang Fuqi and Huang Fuyuan. Huang Fuji's cultivation was at the initial stage of the martial marquis level. To be able to so casually injure Huang Fuji in such a manner, just how terrifying was his strength. Huff huff, moments later, some people gasped. It was as if no one had expected that the purple-robed young man was not only so powerful, but also dared to mercilessly injure Prince Huang Fuji in the imperial garden of the Biling Empire's imperial palace. What powerful strength! I'm afraid that he did not even use 1/10 of his strength. Huang Fuqi stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. He could feel that Du Xiaofu's attack was casual. He did not even use much strength. Where did this brat come from? He's dead for sure. How dare he injure a prince in the imperial palace? He's courting death. This brat's brain must be damaged. He actually dares to injure Prince Huang Fuji. After a short period of shock, the crowd sighed and shook their heads as they whispered to each other. Everyone knew that if Huang Fuqi had attacked, it would be fine. The emperor had always valued Huang Fuqi. In addition, Huang Fuqi also had the surname Huangfu. Even if he had seriously injured Huang Fuji, as long as he was not in the wrong, the most severe punishment would be a final punishment. However, now that the unfamiliar purple-robed young man had attacked, the outcome was different. Forget about Huang Fuqi, even the entire Scarlet Flame Mansion would not be able to protect him. Brat, how dare you? No matter who you are, you will pay the price for being so presumptuous in the imperial palace of my Bailing Empire. After Huang Fuyuan recovered from his shock, his face immediately turned gloomy and furious. An unfamiliar purple-robed young man had seriously injured a prince in the imperial garden. Putting aside the fact that Huang Fuji was his second brother, this also concerned the imperial family's reputation and dignity, especially when the profound talisman sect's distinguished guests were present. This was equivalent to slapping the imperial family in the face in front of the profound talisman sect's distinguished guests. It was also a slap to Huang Fuyuan's face. What do you want? What kind of price do you want me to pay? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows as he looked at Huang Fuyuan with displeasure. This Huang Fuyuan was sinister. It was better to stay away from this kind of person. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he caused endless trouble. You dare to touch a prince of the imperial family of my Bailing Empire? You, Huang Fuyuan was gloomy and furious as he coldly said. However, before he could finish speaking, the purple-robed young man suddenly lifted his head and interrupted him. Shut up! Huang Fuyuan immediately looked at the purple-robed young man when he heard this. His eyes revealed a flattering smile as he respectfully said, Sir Guo, let me handle such a small matter. Please don't take it to heart. A brat who came from nowhere will not be able to create any waves at the gates of my Bailing Empire's imperial palace. Huang Fuyuan's words had yet to fade when the purple-robed young man glanced at Huang Fuyuan. His expression was cold as he cried out in a deep voice, I am asking you to shut up. The purple-robed young man did not give Huang Fuyuan any face. His deep cry shook the surrounding young men and women. Their expressions changed as they discussed in a low voice. Huang Fuyuan was so shocked that his mind trembled. After which, his face turned deathly pale. For a moment, he did not dare to speak. He did not know what had happened. Why did Sir Guo of the profound talisman sect suddenly lose his temper at him? After his words sounded, the purple-robed young man walked towards Du Xiaofu. Under the shocked gazes from all around, Sir Guo of the profound talisman sect's sunken face gradually revealed a smile. He stood in front of the purple-robed young man and actually opened his arms to give him a bear hug. The smile on his face was as though he had won a prize. He was excited and happy as he emotionally said, Brother Xiaofu, I thought that I had misjudged you. I did not expect that it was really you. Why have you come to the Bailing Empire? I have also just arrived. I did not expect you to be here. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After which, he opened his arms and was tightly hugged by the purple-robed young man. Huang Fuqi, who had been thinking about how to help Du Xiaofu escape, was stunned as he watched the scene unfold in front of him. At this moment, the dozens of extraordinary young men and women in the surroundings all widened their eyes. Their pupils contracted as they gasped at the scene in front of them. Sir Guo of the profound talisman sect was actually familiar with the purple-robed young man. From the looks of it, it was not as simple as just being familiar with each other. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. At this moment, Huang Fuyuan and Huang Fuji, who was lying on the ground in the distance and had just been helped up by someone, had an even more shocked expression on their faces. After which, Huang Fuyuan and Huang Fuji seemed to have thought of something at the same time. Their faces turned deathly pale. The purple-robed young man hugged Du Xiaofu tightly and patted his shoulder a few times before letting go. He looked at the familiar face in front of him and said excitedly, "Brother Xiaofu, it is really great to be able to see you. If senior sister Zhu Xue knows that you have come to the central region, she will definitely be very happy." The purple-robed young man was Guoming of the Profound Talisman sect. Back then, the three of them had risked their lives and trained for a long time in the Savage Beast mountain range with Du Xiaofu and Zhu Xue. Du Xiaofu had even saved their lives. This kind of relationship was definitely not something that ordinary relationships could easily compare to. Zhu Xue Du Xiaofu smiled as the image of a woman with a slender figure and bright eyes appeared in his mind. He then asked Guoming, "Is she doing well? Has she also come to the Biling Empire?" Not long after she returned, she awakened some mysterious martial veins in her body. She is now an influential figure in the Profound Talisman sect. She is many times stronger than me. However, senior sister Zhu Xue often thinks about you. When I came out this time, she specifically asked me to inquire about you. She said that one day you will definitely come to the central continent. It seems that senior sister Zhu Xue really knows you well. Thank you, Commander Schleogen, for your generosity. Chapter 576. Du Xiaofu smiled when he heard this. It seemed like Zhu Xue had encountered many opportunities after returning to the mysterious talisman sect. He was happy for her. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Guoming and smiled. "I once met someone with the same name as you. How have you been these years?" Guoming smiled and said, "I'm still the same. Thanks to senior sister Zhu Xue's help, I barely managed to become an inner disciple. This is not a good place to talk. Where are you staying now? I'll go back and greet the elders in the sect. I'll look for you later." Before Du Xiaofu could reply, Huang Fuqi took half a step forward and said to Guoming, "Brother Du has just arrived at the Biling Empire. He's staying at the Scarlet Flame Mansion." Guoming nodded when he heard Huang Fuqi's words. He smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "I'll look for you at the Scarlet Flame Mansion tomorrow." This was not a good place to talk. Du Xiaofu nodded and left with Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuyuan and the heavily injured Huang Fuji watched Du Xiaofu and Huang Fuqi leave from afar. Their faces were deathly pale, and they did not dare to stop them. They clearly saw that Lord Guo of the mysterious talisman sect was extremely friendly with the purple-robed youth. From their conversation, they found out that the purple-robed youth had a close relationship with an influential figure in the mysterious talisman sect. Regardless of the purple-robed youth's background, the fact that he had a relationship with Lord Guo and that influential figure in the mysterious talisman sect was not something that the entire Biling Empire could afford to offend. "Brother Du, I didn't expect you to know someone from the mysterious talisman sect." After leaving the Imperial Garden and the Imperial Palace, Huang Fuqi, who had not spoken much along the way, finally could not help but ask Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Huang Fuqi could not help but wonder how a person from a remote place could know a disciple from a colossus like the mysterious talisman sect. "We've known each other for a long time, and we haven't seen each other for a long time." Du Xiaofu also did not expect to see Guoming in the Biling Empire. He thought back to the time when they were adventuring together in the Savage Beast mountain range. Time was like flowing sand, and in the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. When the two of them returned to the Flaming Duke's mansion, it was already dusk. Under Huang Fuqi's arrangement, Du Xiaofu settled down in a separate courtyard in the Flaming Duke's mansion. The courtyard was quiet, with its back against the rockery and surrounded by water on three sides, exuding a sense of elegance. At night, Du Xiaofu stood in front of the window in his room. The moonlight shone through the window. Du Xiaofu stood there quietly for a while. Then, he took out a small pagoda and murmured, "Brother Qin-chun, when are you going to wake up?" After murmuring those words, Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. He could not help but worry about Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger. Right now, he seemed to be powerless. He did not even know where to start looking for them. Then, just as Du Xiaofu was about to rest, Huang Fuqi brought many elders of the Flaming Duke's mansion with an apologetic and helpless expression. In front of Du Xiaofu, the burly men and elders of the Flaming Duke's mansion were all extremely respectful and polite. After Huang Fuqi and Du Xiaofu introduced second uncle Huang Fuxing and a few elders, they did not speak much. Huang Fuqi was also very helpless. After learning about what happened in the imperial garden, second uncle and the other elders immediately came to visit. They could not do it tomorrow. Therefore, Huang Fuqi had no choice but to accompany them. If it were not for his father's serious injuries, he would have come long ago. However, these elders were also very tactful. After visiting, they definitely invited Du Xiaofu to stay for a while longer. If there was anything he needed, he could ask. After that, they did not disturb Du Xiaofu. "I'm sorry, the elders in the family." After the elders left, before Huang Fuqi could finish his sentence, Du Xiaofu smiled and interrupted Huang Fuqi. He said, "It's okay, I understand. The elders are just a little more enthusiastic." Huang Fuqi smiled helplessly and said, "Have a good rest. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." After Huang Fuqi left, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the bed. After a while, his body was enveloped in a circle of white light. His aura fluctuated, causing ripples in one's heart. The night passed. After dawn, the first ray of light pierced through the thin fog. The entire Bailing city welcomed morning. Du Xiaofu had just stopped his breathing when Huang Fuqi came over with a smile. He said, "The imperial family has sent someone to see you. It's the current emperor's younger brother." He also brought Huang Fuyuan and Huang Fuji. "It seems like they are here to ask for forgiveness. Do you want to see them?" Huff! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and stretched. He smiled at Huang Fuqi and said, "Bring me to see them." "Thank you, Brother Du." Huang Fuqi smiled gratefully. Yesterday, when Du Xiaofu attacked Huang Fuji, he naturally knew that Du Xiaofu didn't want to cause trouble for him. Now, Du Xiaofu didn't need to give face to the imperial family. With the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the profound charm sect, the imperial family of the Bailing Empire didn't need to care too much. Right now, they were just giving face to him. They still didn't want to make things difficult for the Scarlet Flames Mansion. In the hall of the Scarlet Flames Mansion, after Du Xiaofu arrived, many figures immediately stood up to welcome him. Among them, there were many people from the Scarlet Flames Mansion that Du Xiaofu had seen last night. As for the others, Du Xiaofu glanced at them. It wasn't difficult to guess that they were from the imperial family. Huang Fuyuan and Huang Fuji were among them. Then, just as Huang Fuqi had expected, the imperial family brought Huang Fuji and Huang Fuyuan over to apologize. The two brothers, Huang Fuyuan and Huang Fuji, who were extremely arrogant yesterday, were well behaved when they saw Du Xiaofu today. It seemed that they had been reprimanded long ago. They apologized profusely and almost knelt down. Du Xiaofu didn't say much, nor did he take it to heart. Huang Fuji and Huang Fuyuan weren't strong enough to be his opponent. Then, when the imperial family and others were still apologizing, someone from the Scarlet Flames Mansion came in a hurry, saying that someone from the Profound Charm sect was here to see Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, the expressions of the imperial family and the imperial family changed. They all hurried out to welcome him. Du Xiaofu also followed out. The one who came from the Scarlet Flames Mansion was Guoming. He was wearing a blue and purple robe. His appearance was clean and made people feel comfortable looking at him. As soon as Guoming arrived, He was immediately surrounded by the Scarlet Flames mansion and the imperial family. They were extremely respectful towards him. As an inner disciple of the Profound Charm sect, his status was not ordinary. After nodding slightly to the imperial family, Guoming said to the crowd, "I'm here to see Brother Xiaofu. Can you find us a quiet place?" "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." Huang Fuqi's second uncle, Huang Fuli, nodded. After a while, Huang Fuli ordered that no one was allowed to approach the courtyard where Du Xiaofu was staying. "Sigh, I originally thought that I would be able to slack off after coming out. I didn't expect that I would be so annoyed outside. Fortunately, I will be returning to the Profound Talisman sect this afternoon." Guoming sat down on a chair in a small hall within the courtyard and sighed deeply. "Are you going back this afternoon?" Du Xiaofu sat down beside Guoming when he heard that. "I've been out for a long time. I'm just following the elders of the sect to look around. The elders want to see if there are any suitable young people to bring back to the sect. It's time to go back." After Guoming finished speaking, he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously, "What are your plans for coming to the Central Plains?" "I came to the Central Plains to temper myself. I don't have any other plans," Du Xiaofu said. "Is that so?" Guoming raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu. "Brother Xiaofu, are you interested in joining the Profound Charm sect? I think with your talent it won't be difficult for you to enter the Profound Charm sect. Moreover, it's not bad to join the Profound Charm sect." Du Xiaofu smiled, knowing that Guoming meant well. He said, "There's no need for that. If there's a chance, I'll visit you at the Profound Charm sect." "All right then." Guoming was a little disappointed. He thought that the sect behind Du Xiaofu wasn't simple. That was why he wasn't interested in joining the Profound Charm sect. Back in the barbaric Beast Mountain range, even the elders around him were wary of the expert behind him. After chatting for an hour, Guoming bid farewell and left. He had to go back to the Profound Charm sect with the elders in the afternoon. Du Xiaofu sent Guoming off. He gazed at Guoming's departing figure before he said to Huang Fuqi, "Brother Huang Fu, if you wish to enter the Profound Talisman School, can I help you ask around?" Huang Fuqi smiled and shook his head. He said to Du Xiaofu, "Thank you, Brother Du, but there's no need for that. The Profound Charm sect is a colossus. Almost everyone in the younger generation wants to join it. However, I don't think it's suitable for me. I don't want to leave my current sect." "All right." Du Xiaofu patted Huang Fuqi's shoulder and said, "I'll take my leave too. I hope we'll meet again in the future." Du Xiaofu left as soon as he finished speaking. Huang Fuqi looked at the purple-robed figure and didn't chase after him. He only said, "Brother Du, we'll meet again." The purple-robed figure waved his hand and left without looking back. 3 days later, early in the morning, on a quiet path in the mountain forest, the leaves of the trees hung low and the ground was covered in greenery. A purple-robed young man carrying a broadsword wrapped in a purple cloth on his back slowly walked on the small path. However, his pace was slow. After taking 2 steps, he would pause for a period of time. It was as if he was immersed in some kind of comprehension. Crackle, the purple-robed young man condensed a handprint in his hand. As he waved his hand, there was a faint ripple in the air. There was a strange electric glow. If one didn't pay attention, it would be hard to notice. "Thank you, Brother Temperament 911, for rewarding me to be promoted to Alliance Master." "Thank you, brother. Also, I read that at the beginning of the Long River in the Central Province, the mysterious Dragon King was at the peak of the complete Beast King realm. However, later on, it was always at the peak of the Beast King realm. I apologize here. The previous part has been revised. The mysterious Dragon King's cultivation is now at the peak of the Beast King realm." Chapter 577. The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu. After leaving the Biling City, he headed towards the center of the central region. When there was no one around, he flew through the air and passed by many large cities and mountain ranges. With his speed, he had already left the Biling Empire. For a moment, Du Xiaofu was like a headless fly. He did not know where to go. He wanted to find Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, his mother, and his sister, but he did not know where to start. 3 nights ago, Du Xiaofu checked his storage bag and accidentally saw the 2 sets of martial techniques that he had obtained from Gu Yu of the Divine Light Court. The aura that spread out from the 2 sets of martial techniques made Du Xiaofu feel an indescribable feeling. Therefore, Du Xiaofu opened one of the martial techniques. The martial technique was called Lightning Destruction Finger. It was only a marquis-grade martial technique. However, when Du Xiaofu tried to cultivate it, he realized that although the Lightning Destruction Finger was not difficult to cultivate, it had the form but not the spirit. It could not even reach the power of a spiritual-grade martial technique. After pondering, Du Xiaofu also felt puzzled. Why was he unable to cultivate the Lightning Destruction Finger? After that, Du Xiaofu opened the 2nd set of martial technique. The 2nd set of martial techniques was called Divine Thunderstorm. It was a martial technique that had just reached the marquis grade. Du Xiaofu had seen Gu Yu use it before. Although it was not as mysterious as the first move, its power was definitely not ordinary. However, although it was extremely easy for Du Xiaofu to cultivate the Divine Thunderstorm at his current level of cultivation, it was the same as the Lightning Destruction Finger. It had the form but not the spirit. Its power was not even at the level that Gu Yu had used before. It seems like I'm lacking something, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. These 2 sets of martial techniques could be successfully cultivated in a relatively simple manner. However, if he wanted to activate their true might, he seemed to be lacking something. However, he was unable to sense what it was at this moment. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked ahead. In the morning light there was the sound of wind breaking from afar. Swoosh, swoosh. A flowing light figure hurriedly rushed over, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. At this moment, there seemed to be a couple of figures chasing after him. Save me, save me. The figure that was rushing over from the front seemed to have seen Du Xiaofu and immediately cried for help. Du Xiaofu. The figure in front of him was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She seemed to be slightly younger than Du Xiaofu. Her pitch-black eyes were incomparably pure. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Her nose was tall and pretty. Her red lips were sparkling and moist. Her snow-white teeth were like pearls that were suffused with a luster. However, this young girl's expression was extremely miserable at this moment. There were still some bloodstains on her gauzy dress. However, one could still clearly see her graceful figure. Her long black hair was tied up and she was extremely beautiful. The young girl landed in front of Du Xiaofu. Originally, she thought that she had met her savior. However, when she saw that Du Xiaofu seemed to be about the same age as her pale face immediately changed. Her lips were like cherry petals as she hurriedly asked, "Are you here alone?" Du Xiaofu looked at the young girl who had suddenly rushed over to ask for help. For some unknown reason, he felt a sense of déjà vu. He nodded slightly and said, "That's right. I'm here alone." "Why did you come to this desolate mountain by yourself? Hurry up and run. Those behind us are experts. It will be terrible if you are caught." As the young girl's voice faded, she immediately grabbed Du Xiaofu's hand and dragged Du Xiaofu along as she flew into the air. "Little girl, you won't be able to escape. Just surrender obediently." Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of rushing wind resounded. In a short instant, 3 figures rapidly descended. They formed a triangle formation and sealed off the young girl and Du Xiaofu who were about to leave. The 3 burly men had cold gazes. Their auras were all powerful and fierce. Their cultivation auras were all at the initial martial marquis level. Not good, the young girl's beautiful face turned serious. She let go of Du Xiaofu's hand and gripped a green sword that had already reached the level of a practitioner weapon. The aura of the peak of the perfect pulse spirit realm rippled from her body. She shielded Du Xiaofu behind her as she vigilantly looked at the three people around her. Then, she said to Du Xiaofu, "Hurry up and run. I'll stop them. Run as far as you can." Du Xiaofu had not said a word. He was being pulled along by the young girl for no reason. Now that he was being protected by the young girl, he could not help but recall the time when his elder sister Du Xiaoman protected him in the same way back in Stone City. "Why aren't you running? Hurry up and run." Sensing that Du Xiaofu did not respond behind her, the young girl turned her head and immediately said anxiously to Du Xiaofu. She said coquettishly and angrily, "If you don't run, you will be killed by them." "Don't worry, they can't kill me." Du Xiaofu smiled and glanced at the three people around him. Then, he turned his head and smiled at the young girl. He said, "Why do they want to kill you? Can you tell me? They are evil people. Do they need a reason? You look quite smart. Are you an idiot?" The young girl glared at Du Xiaofu. In the world of cultivators and in the wilderness, there was no need for a reason to kill people. Then, she said, "However, they don't seem to want to kill me. They want to capture me alive. If I fall into their hands, I will die even more miserably. Kiki, where did this wild brat come from? Since you have encountered him, then die." As the young girl's voice fell, the eyes of a big man on the left trembled. He was the closest to Du Xiaofu. It seemed that he wanted to get rid of Du Xiaofu first. He waved his hand and a claw directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. He did not put Du Xiaofu in his eyes at all. In the eyes of this big man, killing a 17 or 18-year-old brat in the wilderness was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Swish, the strength of the great Han martial lord was not weak. His aura was fierce and fierce. The claw was like a beast's claw. In the blink of an eye, it fell in front of Du Xiaofu. The aura collapsed, causing the space to tremble and ripple. "Dodge!" At this moment, the young girl's beautiful face turned pale. She shouted and was about to save him. Boom! A low muffled sound of energy was heard, covering the young girl's shout. Poochie! Just as the young girl was about to make a move, no one could clearly see what was going on. They only saw the big man who had just attacked Du Xiaofu stop. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, his body was directly sent flying and heavily fell to the ground. The big man's body smashed into the ground and shook the mountains. His body did not get up again. It was as if he had been directly shocked to death. This scene caused the expressions of the three people to change greatly. They did not even see anyone make a move. A martial lord, who had just reached the early stage of the martial lord realm, had actually died in a baffling manner. Not good, there's an expert. After the two big men recovered from their shock, they immediately turned around and fled as if they had seen a ghost. Bang bang! At the same time, just as the two big men's figures rushed out, two invisible energy strength chis flew out from who knows where. Like lightning piercing through space, they flew into the back of the two men's heads like lightning, destroying their defenses as easily as breaking through dry weed. The bodies of the two martial lords who had just reached the early stage of the martial lord realm fell to the ground from midair. Blood was dripping from their bodies. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. They did not even know how they died. The young girl gasped in shock. Her pair of pure big eyes looked around, but she did not see anyone. Then, her pitch-black eyes looked at Du Xiaofu with shock and said, "Were you the one who killed them?" "No, I don't have that kind of strength." Du Xiaofu's expression did not reveal a trace as he faintly smiled and said. The young girl looked at Du Xiaofu for a while. Her eyes slightly blinked as she muttered to herself, "That's true. How can you have that kind of strength? Look at you, you're also in a daze." "How am I in a daze?" Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. This was the first time someone had called him in a daze. The young girl did not pay attention to Du Xiaofu. She looked at the sky and continued to size up, as if she wanted to know who had just killed the three martial lord realm cultivators. Seeing that the young girl was ignoring him, Du Xiaofu felt helpless. He then walked towards the 3 martial lord realm cultivators who had been killed and unceremoniously took out their qianquan bags and put them into his arms. The young girl not far away looked around for a while. She did not find the expert who had just killed them. She respectfully bowed and said, "Senior, thank you for saving us. I don't know which senior was passing by. Morong Xiang greets you." As her voice fell, the young girl looked at the sky. After a long time, she did not receive a reply. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. Du Xiaofu came to the young girl's side and said with a smile, "The expert who killed them must have gone far away. Experts of that level do not even bother to show their faces." There were some ripples in the young girl's pure eyes. After which, she gently glanced at Du Xiaofu. She opened her mouth and softly said, "What you said makes sense. The expert who attacked should have already left." "Are you called Morong Xiang?" Du Xiaofu asked the young girl. "Yes, my name is Morong Xiang. I'm from Fertile City. What's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here alone?" the young girl asked Du Xiaofu. "Fertile City, Morong?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes suddenly rippled. He looked at Morong Xiang. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Morong Yorua. When he came to the central province, Morong Yorua had mentioned that, if there was a chance, he could help her check out the current situation of the Morong family in Fertile City. Chapter 578. What? Have you been to Fertile City? Seeing Du Xiaofu's reaction, the girl seemed to be confused and asked Du Xiaofu. "No, I've only heard of Fertile City." Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Morong Xiang, "Are you from the Morong clan of Fertile City?" Of course. Morong Xiang did not seem surprised that Du Xiaofu knew about the Morong family of Fertile Field City. Fertile Field City was famous everywhere. It was one of the biggest cities in the Allied Empire. Among them, the Morong family was famous. Who knows how many people knew about the Morong family of Fertile Field City? Aolo, suddenly, the cry of a ferocious bird could be heard from the distance. The air in the distance whistled like a gale. Then, a huge ferocious bird that looked like an eagle or a leopard with a ferocious mouth spread its wings and flew into the sky. The wind whistled and caused the rocks to fly in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, then, a dozen figures jumped down from the ferocious bird. Looking at the girl's sorry state, a sturdy middle-aged man in short clothes immediately came forward and asked with concern, "Xiang, are you okay?" "Third uncle, I'm fine. It's just that many of our Morong clan's disciples were killed by those people." Morong Xiang's eyes dimmed. Then, she looked at the middle-aged man and asked in surprise, "Why are you here so quickly?" Morong Xiang was surprised. She had sent out a distress signal. Logically speaking, the people of the clan should not have arrived so quickly. "We were looking for you nearby. Recently, our Morong clan has been attacked many times. As for who did it, the clan will investigate. We were worried that you would encounter misfortune outside. It's good that you're fine." The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and frowned. He could tell that the 3 of them were martial lords. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu, who was beside Morong Xiang and asked Morong Xiang, "Is this the person you found?" "No, I haven't found the person I'm looking for. I just met him, Dai. Because of me, he was almost killed by the 3 people who were chasing after me." Morong Xiang shook her head and said to the middle-aged man, "It should be an expert who happened to pass by and saved me." Hearing this, a rather good-looking young man in luxurious clothes beside the middle-aged man immediately glanced at Du Xiaofu with some disdain in his eyes. The middle-aged man looked around and didn't seem to sense the aura of other experts. He didn't greet Du Xiaofu and then said to Morong Xiang, "Xiang, we should go back. In 3 days, there will be a battle between our Morong and Gongsun clans. It is of great importance." "Has Big Brother Xiao Rui come out of seclusion?" Morong Xiang's beautiful face suddenly became dignified at the middle-aged man's words. Your brother Shirue should be coming out of seclusion soon, but this time the Gongsun family has Gongsun Bao, who has returned from the Divine Light Court, I'm afraid. The middle-aged man sighed slightly and then said to Murong Xiang'er, let's go back first. Okay. Murong Xiang'er nodded, then turned to Du Xiaofu and said, You fool, this wilderness is very dangerous. Do you want me to take you to Fertile Field City? Du Xiaofu looked at Murong Xiang'er and immediately nodded with a smile. Thank you, Miss Murong. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu took the initiative to walk to Murong Xiang'er's side, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to flicker slightly. The arrogant young man in luxurious clothes glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu acted as if he didn't see the young man's gaze and didn't care. There was a faint smile on his face, and he really looked a little dazed. A moment later, the fierce bird that looked like an eagle or a leopard let out a cry and flapped its wings, causing the air to howl like a gale. Then, the fierce bird flapped its wings and carried everyone away. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the back of the fierce bird. He didn't care about the gazes of the people of the Murong family. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. The middle-aged man secretly sized up Du Xiaofu, but then his gaze disappeared. Finally, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression became quite solemn. After stuffing a pill into her mouth, Murong Xiang'er sat down cross-legged and began to regulate her breathing. A moment later, her graceful body was shrouded in a circle of faint rune light. The fierce bird sped away. At dusk, there was a fluctuation of aura on the back of the fierce bird. Du Xiaofu also slowly opened his eyes, and a vast city appeared in front of him. The city stretched on endlessly, and there were many towering buildings that were majestic and magnificent, causing people to feel awe in their hearts. The fierce bird flew directly into the huge city. Even in the air, they could hear the hustle and bustle of the huge city. The streets were densely packed with people, and it was extremely prosperous. A moment later, the fierce bird stopped in the square outside a vast courtyard. Figures rushed down from the back of the fierce bird, and there were already many strong men with fierce auras who came forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Third Mississippi, greetings, Third Master. Du Xiaofu landed on the back of the fierce bird, and looked at the cultivation building in front of him. In front of the vermilion door, there were fierce stone sculptures of strange beasts that looked like tigers and lions. The golden plaque in front of the door was engraved with the words Murong family. The building had a majestic aura, and it was not difficult to see that the Murong family was not ordinary. From the middle-aged man's cultivation level, Du Xiaofu had already guessed that the Murong family's power in Fertile City was not small. He did not expect Murong Yurua to come from such a family. He did not know why she had appeared in Lanling City. Murong Xiang'er said to Du Xiaofu, Idiot, this is Fertile City. Be careful. Don't run around if you have nothing to do in the future. Otherwise, you will be killed without knowing. So this is Fertile Field City, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Looking at the majestic Murong residence, he said to Murong Xiang'er, Young Miss Murong, I have nowhere to go in Fertile Field City. Can you take me in for a few days? I'll leave after a few days. Boy, you are too insatiable. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Murong family is your home? As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the well-dressed young man who had been looking at Du Xiaofu with disdain suddenly shouted coldly, Leave now, or I will not be polite to you. The dignified Murong family sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed slightly. He didn't take the well-dressed young man's cold words to heart and only sighed slightly. Murong Xiang'er frowned slightly and said to the well-dressed young man, Brother Qinjun, he is a guest from afar. I almost got him into trouble earlier. Let him stay in the Murong family for a few days. Sister Xiang'er, this boy is of unknown origin. When the well-dressed young man saw Murong Xiang'er speaking up for Du Xiaofu, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. That's enough, Qinjun. He is a guest from afar. Can't our Murong family afford a guest? The middle-aged man spoke up and stopped the well-dressed young man. Then he said to Du Xiaofu, "May I know your name and where you are from?" Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and replied to the middle-aged man, "Du Xiaofu is from the Biling Empire. I am Murong Hankan of the Murong family. I am the third son. Since you have nowhere to go, you can stay in the Murong family for the time being. There are some things happening in the Murong family these days, so please forgive me if I do not take good care of you," the middle-aged man said to Du Xiaofu. "Third Master Murong, you are too polite. I am already grateful that you are willing to take me in." Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. "Come, take little brother Du to the guest room." The middle-aged man then ordered the servants around him. "Please." A young man who looked to be in his late 20s immediately stepped forward and led Du Xiaofu into the Murong family. "Third Master, this kid's origin is unknown. Why did you let him in? Maybe he was sent by the Gongsun family." After seeing Du Xiaofu's figure disappear into the Murong family's gate, the well-dressed young man in the square suddenly asked Murong Hankan, "Chen Jun, don't provoke Du Xiaofu. Remember." Murong Hankan said to the well-dressed young man. Then he turned to Murong Xiang'er and asked, "Xiang'er, did you really meet him on the way?" Murong Xiang'er nodded in confusion. "What's wrong, third uncle? Is there a problem?" "Is that so?" Murong Hankan pondered for a moment and then said to the people around him, "Let's go in. Also, tell the family members not to go out for a few days. Someone is secretly plotting against the Murong family. The family will investigate as soon as possible." The Murong family was a first-rate family in Fertile Field City. Their mansion was majestic, but it was not luxurious. In fact, it even had an antique feel to it. There was a winding corridor, a rockery, and a small pond. There was also a scholarly atmosphere. Du Xiaofu was led to a guest room by the young man in the Murong family. Although it was called a guest room, it was actually a separate courtyard. The environment was quiet and clean. At dusk, the sun was setting. In front of the courtyard, Du Xiaofu stood quietly for a while. Then he returned to his room and sat down. A moment later, his body was shrouded in a circle of white light. At night, Fertile Field City was shrouded in moonlight. In the sky, the moon was dark and the stars were bright. Outside a courtyard, a young man with a slender figure was quietly looking up at the dark sky with a moon and stars. His eyes flickered with a faint light in the night sky, as if they were flashing with electricity. "Bauer!" As his voice fell, an old man in his 60s appeared behind the young man. Chapter 579. "Father!" The young man lowered his head and turned around. He exuded a cold aura. The light in his eyes was restrained and sharp. The old man looked to be in his 60s. He wore a monochromatic patterned robe. There was a gloomy aura between his brows. There was no aura around him, but it caused the surrounding space to distort. He looked up at the cold young man and said, "Bauer, are you ready in 3 days?" The young man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. When he heard that, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. A faint chill flashed across his eyes as he said, "The Murong family only has Murong Xiaorui who is passable, but he's not my opponent at all. The Murong family doesn't have anyone to invite now. 3 days later, it's time to take revenge for Big Brother. After so many years, the Murong family should pay the price. It has been more than 10 years. It is time to pay the price." The gloomy aura between the old man's brows became thicker. Night. The night covered the sky. The faint moonlight shone through the night clouds and fell on Fertile Field City. In a quiet and simple courtyard, Murong Hankan looked at an old man in his 60s. He said, "Elder brother, I have roughly investigated. The people who have attacked our Murong family recently should be from the Gongsun family." Sigh. Hearing this, the old man turned around and sighed. He looked to be in his 60s, but his face was ruddy and smooth. He looked very young. It was not hard to tell that he was a handsome man when he was young. After sighing, the old man said to Murong Hankan, "It has been more than 10 years. The Gongsun family has been pestering us. It seems that with the divine light court behind them, they are starting to get worse. 3 days later, the younger generation of our two families will compete. There will be a total of 3 rounds. Other than Shirue, no one can compete with the younger generation of the Gongsun family. Especially that Gongsun Bao. It is said that he is extremely extraordinary in the Divine Light Palace." Murong Hankan had a serious expression. "This is also fate. My Murong family's cultivation method has always only been suitable for men to practice. It's not suitable for women. Among us 3 brothers, you haven't married yet. The second brother gave birth to Xiaorue, but I gave birth to 3 daughters. None of us have a son, but the 2 older ones are still disobedient." The old man's eyes dimmed. Then, he looked at Murong Hankan and said, "Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. We'll see when the time comes. This is a calamity that will befall our Murong family sooner or later. The Murong family has come all this way, it's not that easy to fall." The next morning, Murong Hankins, Murong Hankan, Murong Hankan, Murong Hankan and Hankan. Who, in the room, the white glow around Du Xiaofu's body was withdrawn. He opened his eyes and the glow was withdrawn. A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his abdomen as a faint smile appeared on his face. Practicing that mysterious incomplete qi method, the training of mental energy and spiritual strength was extremely fast, causing Du Xiaofu to frequently exclaim in admiration. Peering into it with his mind, Du Xiaofu smiled slightly and murmured, "I have comprehended a martial technique. I don't know if the mysterious move can be perfected." As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu immediately immersed himself in the divine thunderstorm and lightning destruction finger that he had recently cultivated. Unable to activate the true power of these 2 martial techniques, Du Xiaofu's stubbornness rose. He wanted to try and see if he could activate the power of these 2 martial techniques after perfecting the mysterious move. Walala, in the room, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were constantly changing. There were runes constantly flashing, and there was a faint flash of lightning. He gradually sank into comprehension. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The entire fertile field city became more lively as a large number of powerhouses and forces swarmed in. The battle between the younger generation of the Gongsun family and the Murong family could be considered a competition between the 2 families. Naturally, it was enough to attract many people's attention. There were many empires and alliances around. Within the Alliance Empire, Fertile Field City was one of the largest cities. There were 3 major families in Fertile Field City. They were the Murong family, the Gongsun family, and the Wu family. These 3 families were powerful and controlled many cities around Fertile Field City. They were separated from the imperial family. Their strength was so great that the surrounding empires were afraid of them. Many people in Fertile Field City knew about the feud between the Murong family and the Gongsun family. The head of the Murong family, Murong Hanlin's eldest daughter, Murong Yu, was childhood sweethearts with the head of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Changkong's eldest son, Gongsun Hu. Although they were not engaged, the entire Fertile Field City saw them as a couple. Who knew that more than 10 years ago, Murong Yu suddenly fell in love with a young man and even eloped with him. Naturally, Gongsun Hu was unwilling. When Murong Yu and the young man were about to elope, he wanted to kill the young man. Who knew that he would be the one to suffer heavy injuries and lose his life. The Gongsun family had always blamed the Murong family for this. The feud between the 2 families had been buried deep since then. These 2 families often fought. For more than 10 years they had never stopped. There were countless casualties on both sides, and the feud grew deeper. Recently, the 2 families had discussed to let the younger generation settle this matter. The winner would win 2 out of 3 rounds. The losing family would have to hand over half of their territory for free. It was equivalent to a small empire. The stakes were so high that it shocked everyone. It also attracted the attention of countless forces. On the evening of the third day, the sun set and the red clouds covered the sky. In the room, Du Xiaofu condensed hand seals one after another, completely entering a state of comprehension. In the Murong family, a figure appeared in the courtyard of the guest room. He looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a good appearance. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy. Brother Qin Jun, a few young men jumped out and stood respectfully beside the young man in luxurious clothes. "How is it?" the young man in luxurious clothes asked the few young men. His gaze was gloomy. "That kid hasn't come out for 3 days. I don't know what he's doing inside." One of the young men said to the young man in luxurious clothes, "Brother Qin Jun, do you want us to go and take a look? If it's not working, we can teach that kid a lesson and drag him out." The young man in luxurious clothes seemed to be a little tempted. His gaze was slightly gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, a delicate voice sounded, "Brother Qin Jun, what are you doing here?" As soon as the delicate voice sounded, a 16 or 17-year-old girl slowly walked over. She had a youthful face, but her figure was graceful. Her black hair was tied up in a bun. She had an extremely beautiful face and a pair of pure black eyes. It was Murong Xiang'er. "Sister Xiang'er, why are you here? We were just strolling around and just arrived." When the young man saw Murong Xiang'er, he immediately smiled. The few young men behind him also quickly smiled. "Is that so?" Murong Xiang'er raised her eyebrows and said to the young man, "Brother Shirue has come out of seclusion and is looking for you." "Brother Shirue has come out of seclusion?" When the young man heard this, his face suddenly changed and a look of awe appeared in his eyes. Murong Xiang'er ignored Murong Qin Jun and walked towards the courtyard of the guest room in front. "You guys help me look after 3rd Mississippi. I'm going to see Brother Shirue." Murong Qin Jun looked at Murong Xiang'er's beautiful figure and did not dare to say anything. He whispered to the young men beside him, and then gloomily glared at the courtyard where Du Xiaofu was before leaving. "Idiot, are you here?" A clear voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Murong Xiang'er looked into the courtyard. "3rd Miss Murong, why are you here?" Du Xiaofu slowly walked out from the courtyard. He was carrying a broadsword on his back, which looked like it would never be removed. His resolute and handsome face carried a faint smile. Although he was comprehending, the surrounding activity was unable to escape the probing of Du Xiaofu's mental spiritual strength. Murong Xiang'er slightly raised her eyes to look at Du Xiaofu. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her nose was straight. Her sparkling and moist red lips were slightly opened, revealing her pearl-like white teeth. She said, "I'm here to see if you're used to living in the Murong family. Can you accompany me to a place?" Du Xiaofu looked outside the courtyard and then nodded. He said to Murong Xiang'er, "Okay, I'll go with you." The sun set and the silver-gray evening dew enveloped the entire fertile field city. A moment later, outside the Murong family mansion, there was a quiet path in the city. The ancient trees on both sides were dense and majestic. A crescent moon hung quietly in the southwest sky. The cold moonlight sprinkled on the earth, making it look quite gloomy. Murong Xiang'er walked quietly and did not speak along the way. Du Xiaofu quietly followed beside Murong Xiang'er. Along the way, he looked at the night scenery of the path and enjoyed it. From Stone City to Fertile Field City, Du Xiaofu rarely had such leisure time in the past few years, even though there were still many worries in his heart. After a long time, Murong Xiang'er stopped and looked at Du Xiaofu beside her. She asked, "Do you have an elder sister or elder brother?" Du Xiaofu paused and said, "Yes, I have an elder sister and a second brother. They are the daughter and son of my first and second uncles. They have been very good to me since I was young. Brother Shirue is also very good to me." Murong Xiang'er said softly, then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "But now I'm asking if you have an elder sister or elder brother." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. His deep eyes twinkled like stars in the night sky. After a moment, he said softly to Murong Xiang'er, I have a twin sister, but we were separated when we were young. Murong Xiang'er slightly raised her brows and looked at Du Xiaofu. There were some ripples in her pure eyes. She said, Then you must miss her very much? Yes, I miss her very much. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, secretly missing her in his heart. I also miss my elder sister and second sister very much. Murong Xiang'er's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes filled with sorrow. The night breeze caressed her face, causing her hair to sway slightly. She said softly, It's a pity that my elder sister is no longer in this world. I also don't know where my second sister is. At that time, I was too young and can't even remember what she looked like. Chapter 580. Looking at the girl in front of him, Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment before asking, Is your second sister called Murong Yurua? How do you know? Hearing this, Murong Xiang'er's expression changed. She looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. I heard it from your servant. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said to Murong Xiang'er, I believe that it won't be long before your second sister comes back. She will miss you as much. Yes, I believe so too. Murong Xiang'er did not doubt Du Xiaofu's words. She smiled and said softly, I heard that my eldest sister left behind a daughter. She seems to be about the same age as me. I wonder how she is now. Does she look like my eldest sister? I believe that she must be very beautiful. She looks like your eldest sister. She might even look like you, Du Xiaofu said. In his mind, he could not help but think of that innocent girl. Okay, thank you for coming out with me. Murong Xiang'er smiled happily. She then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I didn't know that a fool like you would be so good at comforting people. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and said, My name is Du Xiaofu, not Fool. But I like to call you Fool. Murong Xiang'er pouted and then looked at Du Xiaofu. She said, Tomorrow is the day of the competition between the younger generation of the Murong clan and the Gongsun clan. Perhaps this is a calamity for the Murong clan. If you are interested, you can come with us tomorrow. Maybe after tomorrow, you won't be able to stay in the Murong clan anymore. Is the Murong clan in trouble? Can you tell me about it? When Du Xiaofu heard this, his eyes moved slightly and he asked Murong Xiang'er. Murong Yurua had asked him to come to Fertile Field City to see the situation of the Murong family. If the Murong family was in trouble, even if he could not help, he had to do something. Otherwise, he would not be able to go back to see Murong Yurua and Dai Xingyu in the future. It's related to my eldest sister and brother-in-law from Murong Xiang'er. Du Xiaofu learned everything about the Murong clan and the Gongsun clan. It all originated from Dai Xingyu's mother and father. Gongsun brought people to kill my brother-in-law. But in the end, for some reason, he went mad and died. He was not killed. But because of that, the Gongsun clan and the Murong. The Gongsun clan have a grudge. And in the past, of the Gongsun clan and the Murong clan, Gongsun clan and Murong. The Gongsun clan and of Murong Gongsuans of. The Gongsun of the Sun clan and the Gongsun of Ningad. Murong Xiang'er sighed softly, her charming face dimmed. I hope nothing will happen to the Murong clan this time. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Murong family. Du Xiaofu said softly. There were some ripples in his clear eyes. He hadn't expected that Dai Xingyu's parents would be involved. When the two people returned to Murong family, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. You should rest early. In the Murong manor, Murong Xiang'er sent Du Xiaofu to the courtyard of the guest room. Then, she waved goodbye and left. Under the moonlight, her beautiful figure disappeared into the long corridor. Watching the graceful and adorable figure disappear, Du Xiaofu looked at the courtyard and secretly moved. Then, he stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the courtyard. As soon as Du Xiaofu stepped into the courtyard, the sound of wind breaking resounded. A fist wrapped in runes, accompanied by a powerful energy wind, directly attacked Du Xiaofu from behind. However, when the fist smashed down, Du Xiaofu's figure seemed to move slowly, but for some reason, he just so happened to dodge the fist. After which, he continued to walk into the courtyard as if he was completely unaware of it. A figure appeared under the moonlight. It was Murong Qinjun. Murong Qinjuan's face was a little puzzled when his fist did not land on the target. However, he thought it was a coincidence. His expression became gloomier and a chill ran through his eyes. He said coldly, "Brat, a toad wants to eat swan meat. It turns out that you shamelessly entered the Murong family to have ideas about Sister Xiang. Let me tell you, Sister Xiang is mine. You are courting death." Murong Qinjuan's dark chi surged, and his fist was once again wrapped in runes. The aura of a martial marquis, who had just ascended to the martial marquis stage, caused the surrounding space to tremble. Boom! Then, in front of the shocking fist, the space distorted like broken stones. With a loud bang, he appeared behind Du Xiaofu. In a short moment, his fist was about to land on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! As the fist blasted out, the space trembled violently. In front of the fist, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared like a ghost. Murong Qinjuan's fist missed again. At this moment, Murong Qinjuan's expression changed. He didn't even see how the other party disappeared. Just as Murong Qinjuan's expression changed, Du Xiaofu's purple-robed figure, who had just disappeared, reappeared in his line of sight. They were less than half a meter apart. When their eyes met, Murong Qinjuan's clear eyes revealed a frightening sharpness. For no reason, Murong Qinjuan's body trembled. Even his soul trembled. Murong Qinjun was shocked and fearful. He wanted to quickly retreat. Swish, swish, however, it was at this moment that numerous talisman seals shot out, and a seal instantly descended onto his body. His profound energy stagnated, and he was instantly unable to move or even speak. In the courtyard, Du Xiaofu was still standing with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was not the one who had done all this. He slowly walked into the courtyard. Murong Qinjun, who was sealed and unable to move, was left in the courtyard. He was dumbfounded, and his heart trembled. Du Xiaofu had actually sealed him with runes so easily. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Thinking of this, Murong Qinjuan's body trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his back. However, it was too late for regret. The next morning, when dawn had just passed and the first rays of the morning sun shone on Fertile Field City. In the entire Fertile Field City, a large number of people had already begun to move toward the city's central square. The central square was the largest flat area in the entire Fertile Field City. Whenever there was a major event or ceremony in the city, it would be held in the central square. The battle between the younger generation of the Murong family and the Gongsun family naturally had to be held in the central square to accommodate so many spectators. Therefore, it did not take long for a dense crowd to gather in the central square of Fertile Field City in the early morning. In the central square, waves of aura rippled, and noisy discussions gathered, resounding through the clouds. Huff, in the courtyard of the Murong family's guest room, a purple-robed young man with a purple broadsword on his back slowly walked out. After slightly stretching his back, he slowly walked into the courtyard and stood in front of Murong Qinjun, who had been standing there for the entire night. When Murong Qinjun saw the purple-robed young man in front of him, his eyes instinctively trembled, but his body could not move at all. His trembling eyes were proof of the fear in his heart. "You like your third miss? Say, if your third miss knows that you are no match for me, I'm afraid you won't be able to raise your head in front of her in the future." Du Xiaofu looked at Murong Qinjun, who had been sealed, and said with a faint smile, "It's about time. Bring me to watch the battle between the younger generation of the Murong family and the Gongsun family. I believe that you will keep this a secret for yourself, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's hands landed on Murong Chenjuan's body. Deng deng, as the seal was opened, Murong Chenjuan's body staggered back 2 steps. Perhaps because he had been standing for the entire night, he almost fell to the ground. Looking at Du Xiaofu's gaze, Murong Chenjun was filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. Sigh. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and sighed slightly, then left the courtyard. He was also quite interested in the battle between the younger generation of the 2 families. After a while, Du Xiaofu saw the people of the Murong family, who were preparing to leave. The Murong family is really not weak. Waves of auras secretly surged. In a group of nearly 100 people, there were at least 2 martial kings and even more martial lords. This caused Du Xiaofu to secretly sigh in his heart. The Murong family's strength was indeed not weak. Idiot, you're here. Come with us. When Murong Xiang'er saw Du Xiaofu, she immediately waved at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony and directly walked towards Murong Xiang. He glanced at the crowd and saw that Murong Chenjun, who had just fled, was also there. At this moment, Murong Chenjun looked at Du Xiaofu with trembling eyes. However, he pretended that nothing had happened. This pretense was quite impressive. As Du Xiaofu walked towards Murong Xiang'er, many people curiously looked at Du Xiaofu. Although Du Xiaofu had already been in the Murong manor for 3 days, in these 3 days, Du Xiaofu did not show his face in the manor. Therefore, not many people knew of Du Xiaofu's existence, let alone Du Xiaofu's origin. Seeing that the strange purple-robed young man seemed to have a good relationship with the 3rd miss, no one asked much. The 2 martial king realm old men, who should be the elders of the Murong family, looked at Du Xiaofu, and 2 obscure auras secretly fell on Du Xiaofu. However, to their disappointment, they were unable to pry anything out of Du Xiaofu's body. Chapter 581. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Second Master. The crowd was in an uproar. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the gaze and saw a few figures slowly approaching. The one in front was an old man in his 60s. He had a ruddy complexion and looked extremely young. Behind him was a big man in his 40s. It was Murong Hankan. Behind the 2 of them was a tall and slender young man. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. His skin was fair and his facial features were delicate with a touch of handsomeness. He wore a slightly tight-fitting white shirt that revealed his perfect figure. Martial Lord Nirvana Realm. The young man retracted his aura. However, it was not easy to retract his aura under Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. The aura of a martial Lord Nirvana Realm cultivation was immediately detected by Du Xiaofu. To reach the martial Lord Nirvana Realm cultivation at such a young age, his talent was definitely extraordinary. Father, seeing the old man in his 60s approaching, Murong Xiang'er immediately walked over. The old man in his 60s nodded his head slightly. Then, he raised his gaze slightly. Finally, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu in the crowd. He slowly walked towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, he said to Murong Hankan beside him, "Third brother, is this the little brother Du Xiaofu that you mentioned before?" "That's right. This is little brother Du Xiaofu." Xiang'er met him on the way, Murong Hankan said softly. Seeing the old man walking over, Du Xiaofu secretly probed the aura of the old man. It was actually difficult to detect. The aura that was faintly emitted from the old man's body made Du Xiaofu feel that the cultivation of the Murong family's master, Murong Hanlin, was definitely not below that of Vice Dean Zhuge Qiangbang. Could it be the martial emperor realm? Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. However, he did not show it in his eyes. He cupped his fist and bowed. "You must be the master of the Murong family. Du Xiaofu greets you. You're welcome. You're a guest from afar." Murong Hanlin faintly smiled. Then, he looked at the people in front of him. His face looked serious as he said softly, "It's almost time. Let's go." The fertile field city was already crowded with people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Today it was even more lively. Today, as the younger generation of the Murong family and the Gongsun family of the fertile field city were competing, half of the territory was at stake. Naturally, no one would miss such a lively scene. News had already spread that the younger generation of the Gongsun family was full of talent. Not only were there Gongsun Ing and Gongsun Ji, who were already famous in fertile field city, but there was also Gongsun Bao, who was accepted by the Divine Light Court as an inner court disciple. It was said that Gongsun Bao was extremely famous even in the Divine Light Court. He was even more famous in fertile field city. He had a lot of halos around him since he was young, and his name was known throughout fertile field city. On the contrary, the Murong family had fewer talents, especially males. The only one who could support the younger generation of the Murong family was Murong Xiao Rui. Although Murong Xiao Rui was also famous in fertile field city and was extremely talented, most people would still choose Gongsun Bao if they were to compare him with Gongsun Bao. As for the rest of the younger generation of the Murong family, only Murong Qinjun was worthy of being mentioned in public. It was said that Murong Qinjun came from a branch of the Murong family and was extremely talented. However, compared to Murong Xiao Rui, he was far from enough. As time passed, a dense crowd had already gathered around the central square of fertile field city. It was a black mass that covered the sky and the earth. At the head of the square, there was a towering stone platform that was arranged with unnecessary seats. At this time, many people were seated, and the surrounding onlookers could also recognize them. Those who were qualified to sit at the head of the table and could have a panoramic view of the entire square from above were the leaders and experts of the major forces in fertile field city. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to sit there. Today, the younger generation of the Murong family and the Gongsun family were competing, and the stakes were half of the family. They had also invited all the influential people in fertile field city to be the judges and witnesses. Many people also saw the figure of the Wu family in the high seat. The Wu family was another one of the three major families in fertile field city. Its strength, the Murong family, and the Gongsun family were enough to form a tripartite balance of forces. Naturally, a scene like today was inevitable. At the head of the table, there were nearly 100 people clustered around, and there were 20 to 30 people sitting upright. Each of them was wearing a badge with the word Gongsun embroidered on it, which symbolized that they were members of the Gongsun family. At the head of the table, an old man who looked to be in his 60s was sitting upright. He was the current patriarch of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Changkong. His expression was rather gloomy, and he would occasionally lower his head and talk to an old man beside him with a respectful expression. Beside Gongsun Changkong, a slender young man was sitting upright. His entire body emitted a faint and cold aura, and the light in his eyes was restrained. As time gradually passed, more and more people gathered in the central square. The surrounding area was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through, and the clamor resounded through the sky. The sound waves spread so far that the entire fertile field city could hear it. Just as the crowd was waiting eagerly, a large group of figures finally appeared at the entrance of the central square. As the crowd appeared, the entire square began to become more and more restless. The people from the Murong family are finally here. This time, the Murong family's main target should be Murong Xiao Rui. Only Murong Xiao Rui is the strongest in the Murong family. I heard that the Gongsun family spread the news that they'll teach the people from the Murong family a lesson today. As the people from the Murong family arrived, there were endless discussions in the surroundings. Amidst the discussions, the people from the Murong family also slowly ascended to the high platform in the central square. The people from the Wu family nodded slightly to the people from the Murong family as a form of greeting. However, the people from the Gongsun family didn't look very good. Most of them even looked at each other coldly. Murong Hanlin, I thought you wouldn't dare to come today. As the people from the Murong family arrived, Gongsun Chongkong slightly raised his eyebrows. There was a faint gloominess between his brows. "Why wouldn't I come? You're the one who came early." As Murong Hanlin spoke, he directly sat in front of the row of seats that had been empty. He secretly sighed to himself. Back then, the Murong family and the Gongsun family had the best relationship, but now they were like fire and water, and their hatred was as deep as the sea. After Murong Hanlin sat down, Murong Honkan and the old experts of the Murong family all sat down. Du Xiaofu originally planned to stand aside and watch the fun, but he was pulled to sit by Murong Xiang which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Especially Murong Qinjun, whose eyes were almost burning with anger. However, when he thought of what happened last night, his eyes immediately surged with fear. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He suppressed his anger and his face turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. Who from the Murong family will fight in the first round? In the competition, life and death are your own responsibility. Hurry up." Gongsun Ji was extremely impatient, as if he didn't want to talk to Murong Hanlin at all. As his voice fell, he slightly waved his hand. Not far from him, a young man in a tight robe jumped out like a cheetah. The young man in the tight robe's xianqi surged. His body swooped down from the high platform and landed on the square in an extremely vigorous manner. His movements were clean and neat. He looked like he was 22 or 23 years old, and there was a wild wolf-like aura between his eyebrows. Then, the people of the Murong family on the high platform said, "Gongsun Ing from the Gongsun family. Who from the Murong family will come and die?" "It's Gongsun Ing. This guy is ruthless. It's said that a year ago, he single-handedly slaughtered an escort company. I heard that Gongsun Ying's cultivation has already reached the mysterious martial marquis level." With Gongsun Ying's appearance, the surrounding people were in an uproar. In Fertile Field City, the name Gongsun Ing was definitely not unfamiliar. "Qinjun, you're up. Be careful, don't fight recklessly." Murong Honkan looked at Gongsun Ing in the square and slightly frowned. He waved his hand to Murong Qinjun beside him. Yes, Murong Qinjun had a stomach full of discomfort. He looked at Gongsun Ing in the square. Although his expression was slightly solemn, he seemed to have some confidence. He nodded his head in response. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on the square. Compared to Gongsun Ing, he was less agile but more eye-catching. As the two young men entered the square, the loud discussions around the square gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the square. Their eyes were burning with passion. The battle between the two young representatives of the two families was about to begin. Among the people in the square, Gongsun Ing, who was dressed in a tight robe, looked somewhat neat. His eyes were calm and cold as he looked at Murong Qinjun in front of him. On the other hand, Murong Qinjun's body had already tensed up. He focused his gaze on Gongsun Ing, and his xianqi surged slightly. He was on guard against Gongsun Ying's sudden attack. "Don't be nervous. I'll let you make the first move. After all, you're not my match," Gongsun Ing said to Murong Qinjun indifferently, as if he did not put Murong Qinjun in his eyes at all. Being looked down upon by Gongsun Ing, Murong Qinjun thought of last night's encounter and could no longer bear it. He seemed to want to vent all of last night's grievances on Gongsun Ing. The xianqi under his feet surged, and he immediately pounced on Gongsun Ing. The early stage of the martial marquis realm is a little weak. Although Gongsun Ing looked unconcerned, his speed was like a wild wolf. His xianqi surged, causing the space to tremble. Bang, bang, bang! In a short moment, the two representatives of the younger generation collided with each other. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Among the spectators, there were not many who could clearly see the two peoples move. They could only vaguely see the two people in the square colliding with each other in a short period of time. powerful xian qi collided with each other, and a low muffled sound of energy resounded. Swish, swish, the figures in the square flickered. From the beginning, they were fighting fiercely without any probing. On the high platform, the experts from the various forces were watching the square. They were watching more carefully than the surrounding spectators. The people from the Murong family all had serious expressions. Chapter 582. Bang! After exchanging a few blows, a muffled sound rang out, and Murong Qinjuan's body was forcefully pushed back. As he staggered back, Murong Qinjuan's face turned pale. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the mysterious runes on his talisman flickered. Then, a ferocious demonic beast that looked like a tiger and a lion surrounded him. The demonic beast's body was huge, and its aura spread out. Lion and tiger demonic beast. Looking at Murong Qinjuan's pulse spirit, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Although the lion and tiger demonic beasts were not on the heavenly beast ranking, they were definitely strong on the earth beast ranking. They were mutated beasts left behind by the lion and tiger demonic beast. Less than 1% of them could survive. However, any lion and tiger demonic beast that survived would be able to obtain the bloodline of both the lion and tiger demonic beast. They were extremely powerful, and their strength was comparable to the heavenly beast ranking. Roar! The lion and tiger demonic beast roared, and the sound waves were so loud that it made people tremble. Then, the lion and tiger pounced on Gongsun Ying together with a storm-like energy storm. Is it activating the pulse spirit? Looking at Murong Qinjuan's pulse spirit, Gongsun Ying seemed to have been prepared. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it. He formed a seal with his hands, and the mysterious runes in front of him condensed. Then, a huge demonic wolf's shadow appeared in his palm. Roar! The demonic wolf's shadow was huge and looked like a living creature. It hit the lion and tiger demonic beast pulse spirit with lightning speed. Roar! The two demonic beasts collided, and the broken runes shone brightly. Waves of roars swept across the sky. So strong! No wonder they are the elites of the younger generation of the Murong and Gongsun family. The surrounding onlookers stared intently. Their shouts converged and finally reverberated endlessly in the square like thunder. Sigh, they are going to lose. Although Du Xiaofu did not have much interest in a fight of this level, he still carefully observed the martial skills that the two of them displayed and the activation of their pulse spirits. It seemed that he already knew who would emerge victorious in the end. Sizzle! Not long after Du Xiaofu's words, a huge change occurred in the square. Murong Qinjuan's lion and tiger demonic beast pulse spirit was torn by the demonic wolf demonic beast pulse spirit. Martial Marquis, you are not enough. Gongsun Ying's figure instantly appeared in front of Murong Qinjuan. Like a ferocious wolf pouncing on its prey, Gongsun Ying suddenly unleashed an extremely fierce attack. Waves of ferocious qi surged and crashed into Murong Qinjuan's defense like a bomb. Bam bam bam! Gongsun Ying's attacks were as fast as thunders, shattering the former's defense as easily as crushing dry weeds. A few fierce punches heavily landed on the former's chest. Pfff, Murong Qinjuan Bamsa's devil s Gongsun B swish. However, at this moment, Murong Qinjuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Wrapped in his profound qi, it condensed into a blood arrow and shot directly at Gongsun Ying. Humph! Gongsun Ying snorted and waved his hand to disperse the blood arrow that Murong Qinjuan had spat out. The blood arrow exploded and turned into a bloody mist, causing Murong Qinjuan's body to freeze instinctively. I lost! At the same time, Murong Qinjuan quickly retreated from the square. Murong Qinjuan's face was ghastly pale. Admitting defeat and leaving the arena was also a humiliation. However, compared to his own life, Murong Qinjuan had no choice but to do so. This time, the rules of the competition between the two clans stated that one was responsible for one's own life and death unless one withdrew from the competition. You sure are quick to escape. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. Murong Qinjuan's cultivation was not strong enough, but his speed and means of escaping were not bad. To a certain extent, he had some skills, although they were not good enough to be seen in public. Seeing Murong Qinjuan withdraw from the arena and admit defeat, the Murong family members felt somewhat embarrassed. Not only had they lost the battle, but they had also lost their lives. However, they could not blame Murong Qinjuan. They were very clear about the Gongsun family's purpose. If Murong Qinjuan continued to fight, it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. Therefore, in their hearts, they supported Murong Qinjuan's decision. Compared to one's life was indeed more important. This kind of sacrifice was not worth it. I've lost one round. Murong Xiang-er's delicate face was dignified as she clenched her fists tightly. Humph, are the Murong family members all so cowardly? Seeing Murong Qinjuan withdraw from the arena and admit defeat, Gongsun Ying was so angry that he stomped his feet, causing the ground to crack. Gongsun Ying's goal was not to defeat Murong Qinjuan, but to kill him directly. However, he did not expect Murong Qinjuan to run away faster than a rabbit. In the Murong family's lineup, the white-clothed youth who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old stood up. His pale face slightly froze as he stood up. With a light tap of his foot, his figure suddenly swept down the square. Swoosh! The white-clothed figure descended from the high platform and landed in front of Gongsun Ying in the square, drawing a perfect arc in the air. His white robe fluttered lightly. The youth's delicate features carried a touch of charm. His slightly tight-fitting white robe revealed his perfect figure. He looked at Gongsun Ying in front of him and said, "The Murong family has never had cowards. Loser, you're not my match. Let's find someone else." Gongsun Ying looked at the man in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. He also had some misgivings. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face as his eyes emitted a frightening chill. He said, "Murong Xiaorui, don't be arrogant. Someone will take care of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Ying fiercely gritted his teeth and left the arena. On the high platform, a short-haired youth from the Gongsun family stood up and was about to leave the arena. "Let me go. It's hard for you to beat him. Best of 3. I'll finish them off quickly." In front of the Gongsun family, a black-clothed youth stood up and stopped the short-haired youth. He had a slender figure and looked at the white-clothed youth in the square from afar. A faint light flashed in his eyes like lightning. "Yes, Brother Bao." Hearing this, the short-haired youth immediately retreated in awe. Gongsun Bao, finish this quickly. Don't waste too much time. Don't embarrass the Divine Light Court. As the black-clothed youth stood up, another youth who had been sitting next to him slightly raised his head and said indifferently. This young man was only 18 or 19 years old. His handsome face was as round and perfect as the beautiful boy in the legends. He was very handsome, and his slightly full lips were outlined in an indifferent arc. At this moment, Gongsun Bao's indifferent expression immediately became respectful in front of this youth. After nodding, he moved his feet slightly and directly rushed to the square. The handsome youth moved his body slightly. He didn't even look around from the beginning to the end. He seemed indifferent to everything, or rather, it would be more appropriate to say that he looked down on everything. It was as if he didn't care about everything around him. As Gongsun Bao entered the arena, he glanced at the square indifferently. Boom! Gongsun Bao entered the arena very quickly, causing the space to tremble. His chi surged, but the aura on his body was extremely cold. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Murong Xiaorui. At this moment, the two figures, one black and one white, were facing each other in the square. It was extremely dazzling. Murong Xiaorui and Gongsun Bao are going to fight. One of them is the number one of the younger generation in the Murong family, and the other is the number one of the younger generation in the Gongsun family. I wonder who will win? Murong Xiaorui is very powerful. He's at least at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Lord realm. Gongsun Bao has been in the Divine Light Court all these years. I'm afraid he's improved quite a bit. Back then, Gongsun Bao's talent was slightly above Morong Xiu Rui's. Looking at the two people in the square who were quite eye-catching at this time, many whispers broke out among the crowd of onlookers. There weren't many people in Fertile Field City who didn't know Gongsun Bao and Morong Xiu Rui. At this moment, the battle between the two of them represented the pinnacle of the younger generation of the two great clans. It was even more eye-catching. Morong Xiu Rui, we meet again. Use your strongest strength. Otherwise, you're not his match. Gongsun Bao looked at Morong Xiu Rui. He didn't care about the whispers around him. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and a faint chill flashed across his eyes. Morong Xiu Rui looked at Gongsun Bao quietly and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and runes spread out from his white sleeves. With a wave of his hand, a long sword that was at least a high-grade practitioner weapon appeared in his hand. Boom! The runes on the longsword moved, and the surrounding space rippled. Heaven and earth energy began to gather. I didn't expect the Morong family's famous Permethos sword to fall into your hands. However, in the entire Morong family, you're indeed the only one who's qualified to use this Permethos sword. Gongsun Bao's face darkened when he saw Morong Xiu Rui take out a practitioner weapon. He waved his hand slightly, and a machete the length of an arm appeared in his hand. Chi-la-la, following the appearance of the curved blade, a cold light flashed on the curved blade. Dazzling light flashed on the curved blade, causing one's heart to tremble when looking at it. Immediately, the energy of heaven and earth appeared in the surrounding space. Boom! At this moment, the two people's eyes met. The air trembled and the clouds began to surge. On the high platform, everyone's eyes fell on the two people in the square. Brother Xiu Rui, you must win. Murong Xiang clenched her fists tightly, and her pure eyes stared at the square. The Murong clan could not afford to lose this round. If they lost this round, half of the Murong clan would belong to the Gongsun clan. In the square, Morong Xiu Rui looked at the scimitar in Gongsun Bao's hand and frowned. After that, the Permethos sword in his hand shook slightly, and a strand of profound energy surged within his body. It was like a halo of light that instantly enveloped his body. 2 consecutive updates, looking for fresh flowers, looking for recommendations. Chapter 583. Murong Xiu Rui looked gentle and refined, but the aura that spread out from his body was extremely sharp, causing the spectators nearby to hold their breaths. As expected of the number 1 person in the Murong family's younger generation. As Murong Xiu Rui's aura spread out, the spectators in the square exclaimed in admiration. Even the experts on the high platform nodded their heads. However, Gongsun Bao did not take the aura that spread out from Murong Xiu Rui's body to heart. He twisted the girl's neck slightly, and a faint electric glow flashed on the scimitar in his hand. As the electric glow flashed, even the surrounding space would temporarily distort. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. At this moment, the surrounding square was completely silent. It was deathly silent. The entire square was at daggers drawn as everyone's gazes were fixed on the two of them. They did not look away, afraid that they would miss any moment. Cough, among the surrounding spectators, a young man finally could not endure the gradually intensifying pressure in that hostile atmosphere. He coughed in response. It was this cough that caused the tense atmosphere to explode. Whoosh! At the same time, Murong Xiu Rui attacked. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the vacuum. The runes on the longsword in his hand exploded, and a sword ray shot out, piercing toward Gongsun Bao. Whoosh! The sword ray swept across the sky, and the energy at the tip of the sword fluctuated. Circles of sword ray energy rippled out, radiating a large area. The aura was extremely sharp. Gongsun Bao was expressionless when he saw the sword ray piercing over and the sharp aura spreading out. His gaze became even sharper. Clang! Just as the sword ray pierced over, Gongsun Bao spun the scimitar in his hand and accurately blocked the sword tip with the curved back of the scimitar. The two energy ripples instantly tore the air apart. The sharp sound of the energy breaking through the wind swept out, causing the dust on the square to fill the sky. Crackle, at the same time, an electric glow spread out from Gongsun Bao's scimitar and directly hit the sword tip, causing the latter's sword tip to tremble violently. Murong Xiurui's expression also changed greatly. Swish, swish. In an instant, Murong Xiurui spun the Permitha sword in his hand and retreated a few steps. In an extremely short period of time, the Permitha sword in his hand shot out more than 10 sword rays. Every sword gleam that shot out paused in midair for a brief moment. The 12th sword gleam shot out, forming a row of illusory sword gleams. They were so real that they looked like phoenixes spreading their wings. Their might wreaked havoc in the sky. It's the Murong family's sword technique, 12 Phoenix Kill. Its power is astonishing, and it's said that even martial kings find it hard to cultivate it. I didn't expect Murong Xiurui to have already cultivated it. As Murong Xiurui executed the extraordinary sword technique, it immediately caused many exclamations. 12 Phoenix Kill. Murong Xiurui shouted as he waved the Permitha sword in his hand. 12 sword rays channeled heaven and earth's energy. The 12 sword rays were covered in runes and dazzling as they emitted thunderous buzzing sounds, causing the square to tremble and space to ripple. The sword rays were dazzling and had a sharp aura as they swept towards Gongsun Bao. There was no doubt that Murong Xiurui's sword technique was powerful. Coupled with his talisman weapon and his own cultivation, its power was terrifying. It caused the expressions of the surrounding spectators to change. Some of the experts on the high platform were also shocked. Many of them inwardly trembled. When they were young, when did they have such cultivation? Seeing Murong Xiurui's 12 sword rays, Gongsun Bao's expression turned serious. He waved the machete in his hand, and in an instant, the machete spun like a ring. Lightning and runes intertwined and formed a huge light screen that blocked the 12 sword rays. The 12 sword rays were very powerful and could even communicate with heaven and earth's energy. It caused the light ring formed by Gongsun Bao's machete to show signs of cracking. When the two energies collided, the shockingly dazzling rune energy ripples soared into the sky. It was dazzling and contained destruction. Break! Murong Xiurui shouted as he used all his strength to suppress Gongsun Bao with the 12 sword rays. Streaks of sword rays suppressed Gongsun Bao's aura and runes shot out. Being suppressed, Gongsun Bao's aura became weaker and weaker. The light ring on the machete also looked like it was about to crack. However, at this moment, Gongsun Bao looked at Murong Xiurui outside the light screen and said with a faint smile, "Martial Marquis at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Looks like this is your full strength. That's all you've got." As soon as he said that, the light shield of the machete in Gongsun Bao's hand cracked on its own. It actually stopped defending and allowed the 12 sword rays to pierce down. Murong Xiurui was confused, but he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. The 12 sword rays connected and exploded with a dazzling light. The sword rays overflowed into the sky and crushed down. Huff! Huff! At this moment, countless people held their breaths as they waited. The outcome was about to be decided. Du Xiaofu sat upright and looked indifferently at the square. There seemed to be a faint helplessness on his face. Buzz! Buzz! The 12 sword rays resonated with the wind and thunder, and their power made everyone's heart tremble. The power was too strong and could suppress and destroy everything. However, in the next instant, the 12 sword lights suddenly stopped as they swept down. Everyone watched as the machete in Gongsun Bao's hand exploded with a dazzling light again. Streaks of lightning that could be seen with the naked eye spread out like a forked tree and trapped Murong Xiurui's 12 sword rays. "You're weaker than I thought. It's not enough. It's far from enough." At this moment, the coldness in Gongsun Bao's sharp eyes surged out without hiding. The machete surged, and the lightning wreaked havoc. Subsequently, the 12 sword rays were destroyed, and they turned into broken runes that soared into the sky. Boom! At the same time, Gongsun Bao punched out with his left hand. There were sizzling lightning flashing on his fist. It was as strong as lightning, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as lightning. Together with the rolling lightning force, it landed on Murong Xiao Rui's chest. Bam, bam, bam! The defense on Murong Xiao Rui's body was destroyed. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. His body then flew away like a kite with a broken string. Heavens, Murong Xiao Rui lost. This result shocked everyone. Murong Xiao Rui's loss wasn't something that many people would be surprised about. However, the fact that he lost so quickly shocked everyone. Die! Murong Xiao Rui's body was still flying away. Gongsun Bao's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was already prepared. The lightning on the machete in his hand spun out like a lightning wheel and let out a faint, thunderous sound. It caused the space to tremble, and the lightning flashed densely with destruction. At this moment, Murong Xiao Rui couldn't dodge at all. If he was swept away, he would probably die on the spot. It was obvious that Gongsun Bao's goal was to kill him on the spot. Stop! We admit defeat. At this moment, Murong Hanlin and Murong Henin shouted. How could they not see Gongsun Bao's goal? Murong Xiao Rui was the Murong family's only hope now. Even if they had to leave half of the Murong family behind, they definitely couldn't lose Murong Xiao Rui. What's more, how could Murong Hanlin and Murong Hanken watch their own bloodline disappear before their eyes? Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, two figures had already flown into the sky. Two vast auras surged and rushed toward the square in an instant. Murong Hanlin, Murong Henin, it's agreed that the younger generation is responsible for their own life and death. Don't interfere. At the same time, as Murong Hanlin and Murong Henin leaped out, Gongsun Chongkong and another elder from the Gongsun family appeared in front of them. They were already prepared and definitely wouldn't let Murong Hanlin and Murong Henin save them. One of the goals of this competition was to kill the Murong family's #1 person in the younger generation on the spot and break the Murong family's hope. Gongsun Chongkong, you're deliberately trying to kill me. I'm not done with you. The roar resounded throughout the entire fertile field city. At this moment, the aura that erupted in the sky was on a completely different level compared to the younger generation that had just fought. The four of them instantly exchanged blows. For terrifying auras erupted, causing the entire space to seemingly freeze. Rumble, high up in the sky, the chaotic space was filled with boundless energy. Dazzling runes surged out endlessly, forming a vacuum domain that not many people could peek inside. The experts from the two families have made their move. The square was in an uproar. Countless eyes were filled with shock. The pressure that spread from the sky made the surrounding creatures tremble. Murong Hanlin and Murong Henin were blocked. Gongsun Bao's face was filled with killing intent. The scimitar in his hand cut through the space and instantly arrived in front of Murong Xiao Rui. Everything happened in a flash. Countless eyes trembled at this moment and sucked in a breath of cold air for Murong Xiao Rui. Whoosh! At this moment, under countless breathless gazes, a purple-robed figure appeared like a ghost in front of Murong Xiao Rui, who was flying horizontally. With a slight wave of his hand and a sweep of his long sleeve, he directly swept Gongsun Bao's terrifying scimitar to the side under countless shocked gazes. Chi-la-la, the scimitar spun and cut open arc-shaped cracks on the ground in the square. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere, and gravel shot out. Gongsun Bao's face changed in shock as he condensed his hand seals. With a thought, the scimitar returned to his hand as he stared at the purple-robed figure that suddenly appeared.